The alarm clock's harsh buzzing cut through the pre-dawn darkness at 4:45 a.m. on that crisp April morning in 2019. At 17, I had grown accustomed to these early starts, but something felt different as I pulled on my worn jeans and flannel shirt. The air held an unusual stillness that made my skin crawl in ways I couldn't yet understand. Our ranch sits 45 minutes east of Merritt, surrounded by the rolling grasslands that define this part of the British Columbia interior. During summer months, these fields come alive with grazing cattle, but in April, the landscape maintains an almost otherworldly quiet. The morning air bit at my cheeks as I stepped outside, my breath forming small clouds that dissipated quickly in the thin atmosphere. Dad was already loading the horses into the trailer, his movements efficient despite the early hour. Rex, our border collie mix, paced nervously around the vehicles, his usual enthusiasm replaced by an odd restlessness that should have served as our first warning. The dog kept looking toward the mountains with his ears pinned back, a behavior I had never witnessed before in all our years of cattle drives. "You ready for this, son?" Dad asked, though his voice carried an undertone I couldn't identify. He had been moving cattle through these mountains for over 20 years, and his experience showed in every deliberate action. Yet something in his demeanor suggested an unease that matched my own growing apprehension. The drive to our starting point took us along Highway 5, past familiar landmarks that looked somehow foreign in the gray pre-dawn light. The mountains loomed ahead of us, their peaks obscured by low-hanging clouds that seemed to press down with an almost physical weight. As we turned off the highway onto the access road, the pavement gave way to gravel, and then to the rough dirt track that would take us up into the higher elevations where the cattle would spend their summer months. I have always found something magical about these early morning hours. The way the first light creeps across the landscape, painting everything in soft pastels before the harsh reality of full daylight takes over. But that morning, the approaching dawn felt ominous rather than beautiful. The shadows seemed darker, more substantial, as if they were hiding secrets that daylight couldn't fully reveal. We reached the cattle gathering point just as the sky began to lighten from black to deep purple. The animals were already restless, their usual docile nature replaced by a skittishness that made them difficult to manage. Several times the entire herd would suddenly shift direction for no apparent reason, as if responding to some signal that Dad and I couldn't perceive. "They're acting strange today," I commented, watching as a dozen heads suddenly bolted toward the fence line before stopping just as abruptly. Dad nodded grimly. "Animals know things we don't," he replied, his eyes scanning the tree line with an intensity that made my stomach tighten. "They can sense danger long before we even realize it's there." The words hung in the air like a physical presence as we began the slow process of moving the herd up the mountain. Rex continued his nervous pacing, occasionally letting out small whimpers that seemed to echo strangely in the thin air. Every few minutes he would stop completely and stare into the forest with such focus that I found myself following his gaze, searching for whatever had captured his attention. As we climbed higher, the paved road deteriorated into the rough mountain track I knew so well. But even this familiar route felt alien that morning. The usual sounds of the forest, bird calls, rustling leaves, the distant sound of water flowing over rocks, were conspicuously absent. Instead, there was only the steady rhythm of hooves on packed earth and the occasional creak of leather as Dad shifted in his saddle. The silence pressed against us like a living thing, making every small sound seem amplified and threatening. When a pine cone fell from a tree and hit the ground nearby, both Dad and I jumped as if we had heard gunfire. Rex's ears would perk up at random intervals, responding to sounds that remained beyond our human perception. "How much further to the gate?" I asked, though I knew the answer. The question came from a need to break the oppressive quiet rather than any real uncertainty about our destination. "Another mile, maybe 2, Dad replied, but his voice was tight with a tension that hadn't been there an hour earlier. "We'll push them through to the grazing area and then head back. Should be an easy day." As the words left his mouth, a sound drifted through the trees that made my blood freeze in my veins. It was distant and indistinct, but unmistakably unnatural. Not quite animal, not quite human, but something that fell uncomfortably between the two. Rex immediately began growling, his hackles raised as he turned toward the source of the sound. The cattle responded instantly, clustering together in a tight group with their heads raised and nostrils flaring. Several of the older cows began making low, distressed sounds that I had never heard before. The horses grew increasingly difficult to control, fighting the reins and trying to turn back down the mountain. "Did you hear that?" I whispered, though the words seemed to carry farther than they should have in the still air. Dad's face had gone pale beneath his weathered tan. "Keep the cattle moving," he said quietly. "Don't look back, don't stop, just keep them moving forward." But as we continued up the mountain track, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was following us. Not watching from a distance, but actively tracking our progress through the forest. The sensation of being observed grew stronger with each step, until it became almost unbearable. The forest closed around us like a living trap as we pushed deeper into the mountain wilderness. What had started as a routine cattle drive was transforming into something far more sinister with each passing minute. The trees seemed to lean inward, creating a tunnel of shadows that swallowed the weak morning light and left us moving through a perpetual twilight. Rex's behavior had become increasingly erratic. The dog that usually ran alongside the cattle with boundless energy now stayed close to the horses, his body pressed low to the ground in a submissive posture I had never seen him adopt. Every few yards, he would stop completely and stare into the dense undergrowth to our left, away from the highway. His growls had become more frequent and more urgent, building to a crescendo before suddenly cutting off as if someone had thrown a switch. The silence that followed these growling episodes was what truly unnerved me. In all my years of working in these mountains, I had never experienced such complete absence of natural sound. There should have been dozens of bird species calling from the canopy above us. Squirrels should have been chattering and scampering through the branches. The forest should have been alive with the small sounds of countless creatures going about their daily routines. Instead, there was nothing. Nothing except the steady rhythm of hooves on packed earth and the occasional creak of saddle leather. Even our breathing seemed unnaturally loud in the oppressive stillness, as if the forest itself was holding its breath in anticipation of some terrible event. "Dad," I said, my voice barely above a whisper, "what's wrong with the forest?" He didn't answer immediately, but I saw his hand move unconsciously to the rifle secured to his saddle. The gesture was subtle, but it sent a fresh wave of fear coursing through my system. In all our years of working together, I had never seen him display such obvious concern about our safety in these familiar woods. The cattle were becoming increasingly difficult to manage. Animals that normally moved docilely up the mountain were now constantly trying to turn back toward the highway. Several times, the entire herd attempted to bolt as a unit, requiring Rex and both horses to work frantically to keep them moving in the right direction. Their eyes showed white around the edges, and many of them were producing the stressed vocalizations that cattle make when they sense immediate danger. As we climbed higher, the vegetation began to change. The mixed forest of pine and aspen gave way to denser stands of spruce and fir, their branches interlocking overhead to create an almost impenetrable canopy. The path narrowed considerably, forcing the cattle into a single-file line that stretched out behind us like a living chain. This formation made them even more vulnerable and increased their obvious anxiety. "There's the gate," Dad said, pointing ahead to where a wooden structure was barely visible through the trees. But his voice carried no relief, only a grim determination to complete the task at hand. The gate marked the boundary between the lower mountain slopes where we maintained some level of control and the vast wilderness area where the cattle would spend their summer months. Beyond this point, the animals would be largely on their own, free to roam across thousands of acres of mountain meadows and alpine forest. Under normal circumstances, this transition represented the successful completion of our work. But nothing about this morning qualified as normal circumstances. As we approached the gate, Rex suddenly began barking with an intensity that made my heart race. Not the playful bark he used during routine cattle work, but a series of sharp, urgent sounds that spoke of genuine alarm. He was staring fixedly at a point approximately 50 yards to our left, where the forest grew particularly dense. The cattle reacted immediately to the dog's distress. The entire herd bunched together in a tight cluster, facing outward like a defensive formation. Several of the bulls began pawing the ground and snorting, their massive heads swinging back and forth as they searched for the source of danger. The horses began prancing nervously, fighting against our attempts to keep them calm. "Easy, Rex," Dad commanded, but there was uncertainty in his voice. "What is it, boy?" The dog continued his frantic barking for another 30 seconds before suddenly falling silent. The abrupt cessation of sound was more frightening than the barking had been. Rex remained in his alert position, muscles tensed and ready to flee, but his vocalization stopped as if someone had given him a command we couldn't hear. In the silence that followed, I became aware of a new sound. It was subtle at first, almost indistinguishable from the natural settling sounds of the forest. But as I focused my attention, it resolved into something that made my skin crawl with primal fear. It sounded like footsteps, but not quite human footsteps. The rhythm was wrong, the spacing irregular, and there was a quality to the sound that suggested something much larger and heavier than any person. The footsteps seemed to be moving parallel to our route, staying hidden in the dense forest but matching our pace exactly. Sometimes they would fall behind, forcing us to wonder if we had imagined them entirely. Then they would surge ahead, always staying just beyond the range of our vision but close enough to remind us of their presence. "Dad," I whispered, my voice tight with fear. "Something's following us." He nodded grimly. "I know. Just keep the cattle moving. We need to get through that gate and get them settled. Then we'll figure out what to do next." But even as he spoke, I could see the doubt in his eyes. This was his mountain, his territory, and he had never encountered anything like what we were experiencing. The confidence that came from decades of experience was being replaced by the kind of fear that comes from confronting the unknown. As we reached the gate, I dismounted to open it, my hands shaking as I worked the latch mechanism. The metal was cold against my palms, and I noticed that my fingers left visible moisture marks on the steel surface. My body was producing adrenaline at a rate that left me feeling simultaneously hyper-alert and nauseated. The cattle moved through the gate with obvious reluctance, constantly looking back over their shoulders as if expecting pursuit. Even after we had driven them a considerable distance beyond the boundary, they remained clustered together rather than spreading out to graze as they normally would. "There's the pond," Dad said, pointing to a small body of water that served as a natural resting point during the cattle drive. "We'll let them drink and catch our breath." But as we approached the familiar landmark, I realized that our troubles were far from over. In fact, they were just beginning. The pond sat in a natural clearing surrounded by towering spruce trees, their dark branches creating a cathedral-like space that normally felt peaceful and secure. But as our small convoy of cattle, horses, and humans entered this familiar sanctuary, the oppressive atmosphere that had been building throughout the morning reached a new level of intensity. The cattle immediately spread out around the water's edge, their heads dropping to drink with the desperate urgency of animals who sensed their time might be limited. But even as they satisfied their thirst, they remained alert, ears constantly moving and eyes darting toward the surrounding forest. Several of the older cows positioned themselves between the pond and the tree line, as if trying to shield the younger animals from some perceived threat. Dad and I dismounted near the center of the clearing, ostensibly to rest our horses and enjoy the spectacular view that opened up beyond the pond. From this elevation, we could see across the valley to the Cascade Mountain Range, with its snow-capped peaks gleaming in the morning sunlight. Closer to us, Stojama Mountain rose from the forest like a green sentinel, its slopes covered in the dense coniferous growth that characterized this region. But the beauty of the landscape was overshadowed by the growing sense that we were being observed. The feeling had intensified during our climb to the pond, evolving from a vague unease to a certainty that hostile eyes were tracking our every movement. Rex remained pressed against my legs, his usual enthusiasm for exploring new territory completely absent. "Look at that view," Dad said, but his words sounded forced, as if he was trying to convince himself that everything was normal. "Never gets old, does it?" I nodded, but my attention was focused on the tree line below us. The clearing was positioned on a natural terrace, with the forest floor dropping away sharply on three sides. From our vantage point, we could see down into the canopy for several hundred feet, watching the tops of the trees sway gently in the mountain breeze. That's when I saw it. At first, it was just a glimpse of movement in the shadows between the trees, roughly 500 feet below our position. My brain initially processed it as a large animal, a bear perhaps, or an elk moving through the underbrush. But as I focused my attention on the spot, what I saw made my mouth go dry with terror. The shape was moving upright, walking on two legs with a gait that was disturbingly human-like, yet fundamentally wrong. It was too tall, too broad through the shoulders, and it moved with a fluid grace that no human could match in such difficult terrain. Even from this distance, I could tell that whatever I was looking at was massive, easily 7 feet tall or more. "Dad," I whispered, my voice barely audible even to myself. "Look down there, at about 2 o'clock from that dead snag." He followed my gaze, and I watched his face drain of color as he spotted the same figure that had captured my attention. For several seconds, we both stood frozen, trying to process what we were seeing. The creature, for lack of a better word, continued its methodical progress through the forest, apparently unaware that it was being observed. "Is that a person?" I asked, though my brain was already rejecting that possibility. Dad shook his head slowly. "No person I've ever seen," he replied, his voice tight with concern. "And no person should be in this area anyway. This is private land, posted against trespass." The implications of that statement hit me immediately. Just the week before, Dad and his crew had discovered evidence of illegal activity on the ranch. Tire tracks and equipment that suggested people were accessing the land without permission to engage in activities that could damage the grazing areas. The presence of an unauthorized individual in such a remote location raised the possibility that we were dealing with something much more dangerous than wildlife. "I'm going down there to check it out," Dad said, swinging back into his saddle. "You stay here with the cattle and make sure they don't scatter." "Dad, wait," I started to protest, but he was already spurring his horse toward the trail that led down into the forest. I watched him disappear into the trees, leaving me alone in the clearing with 30 head of increasingly agitated cattle and a dog that seemed to be on the verge of a complete nervous breakdown. The minutes stretched like hours as I waited for Dad's return. The cattle had finished drinking but showed no inclination to spread out and begin grazing. Instead, they remained clustered in a tight group near the center of the clearing, their attention focused on the tree line where Dad had disappeared. Rex had stopped whimpering but remained pressed against my legs, trembling with tension. The silence of the forest was now complete. Not even the whisper of wind through the branches disturbed the oppressive quiet. It was as if the entire mountain ecosystem had shut down, waiting for some terrible event to unfold. The normal sounds of life, insects buzzing, birds calling, small animals moving through the underbrush, had vanished entirely. When Dad finally reappeared, his face was white with shock, and his hands were shaking as he guided his horse back up the slope. The confident rancher who had descended into the forest 20 minutes earlier had been replaced by a man who looked as if he had seen something that challenged his understanding of the natural world. "What did you find?" I called out as he approached, though part of me didn't want to hear the answer. He dismounted near where I was standing and looked around the clearing, as if seeing it for the first time. When he spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper, as if he was afraid that speaking too loudly might attract unwanted attention. "Son," he said, his eyes meeting mine with an intensity that made my stomach clench, "that isn't a person." The words hung in the air between us like a physical presence. I felt my world tilt slightly, as if the ground beneath my feet had suddenly become unstable. Everything I thought I knew about these familiar mountains was being challenged by an encounter that defied rational explanation. "What do you mean?" I asked, though part of me was already beginning to understand. Before Dad could answer, a sound echoed through the forest that made both of us freeze in terror. It started as a low rumble, almost like distant thunder, but quickly escalated into something that sounded like a massive tree falling. The crash seemed to go on forever, accompanied by the sound of breaking branches and disturbed wildlife. But what followed the crash was even more disturbing. In the sudden silence that followed, we could hear something moving through the forest with deliberate purpose. Not the random movements of a falling tree settling into place, but the organized sounds of something large and powerful making its way through the dense underbrush. Rex began whimpering again, a sound that cut through me like a knife. The cattle moved even closer together, forming a defensive circle that spoke to instincts developed over thousands of years of evolution. And in that moment, I realized that we were no longer the dominant predators in this environment. We had become prey. The crash that echoed through the forest marked a turning point in our mountain ordeal. What had been an unsettling morning of strange sounds and eerie sensations suddenly transformed into something far more immediate and threatening. The deliberate sounds of movement that followed the crash left no doubt that whatever we were dealing with was actively aware of our presence and was taking steps to respond to it. "We need to leave," Dad said, his voice carrying the authority of someone who had made a command decision. "Right now, get mounted and let's get these cattle moving." I swung back into my saddle with movements that felt clumsy and uncertain. My hands were shaking badly enough that it took 3 attempts to get my reins properly arranged, and I could feel cold sweat running down my back despite the cool mountain air. Rex leaped onto my horse behind the saddle, something he had never done before in all our years of working together. The cattle responded to our urgency with a level of cooperation that was almost supernatural. Animals that had been skittish and difficult to manage throughout the morning suddenly fell into formation as if they understood that their survival depended on following our lead. The entire herd moved as a single organism, flowing across the clearing toward the trail that would take us back toward civilization. But as we reached the edge of the clearing, I made the mistake of looking back toward the forest where Dad had made his disturbing discovery. What I saw made me question my own sanity and left me with images that would haunt my dreams for months to come. A massive pine tree, easily 4 feet in diameter and over 100 feet tall, lay stretched across the forest floor where it had been standing upright just minutes before. The tree appeared to have been pushed over rather than falling naturally, as evidenced by the way its root system had been torn from the earth in a pattern that defied explanation. Fresh earth still clung to the exposed roots, and several smaller trees had been crushed beneath its massive trunk. But what truly terrified me was the movement I could see in the shadows beyond the fallen giant. Dark shapes flitted between the standing trees with a speed and agility that seemed impossible for creatures of such apparent size. They moved in coordinated patterns, as if communicating with each other through some method beyond human understanding. "Don't look back," Dad commanded, but his own voice betrayed the fact that he too was stealing glances over his shoulder. "Just keep moving. We need to get to familiar ground." The trail leading away from the pond was narrow and winding, forcing us to move in single file with the cattle strung out in a long line behind us. This formation made us vulnerable and increased the animals' obvious anxiety. Several times the entire herd tried to break into a run, requiring both horses and Rex to work frantically to maintain control. As we descended through the forest, the oppressive silence that had characterized the morning gave way to a different kind of quiet. This wasn't the absence of natural sound, but rather the hushed expectancy that precedes a storm. Even the rhythm of hooves on the packed earth seemed muffled, as if the forest itself was absorbing the sound of our passage. Rex's behavior had become increasingly frantic. The dog that usually ran alongside the cattle was now riding behind my saddle, pressed against my back with his entire body trembling. Every few minutes he would let out a small whimper and look back the way we had come, his ears flattened against his head in an expression of pure terror. "How much further to the gate?" I asked, though I was afraid to hear the answer. "Maybe half a mile," Dad replied, but his voice was tight with uncertainty. "The trail gets rougher from here, and there are several places where we'll be exposed if anything decides to follow us." As if summoned by his words, a sound drifted through the trees that made my blood freeze. It was similar to the noise we had heard earlier in the morning, but much closer and more distinct. The sound seemed to combine elements of different animals, the deep rumble of a large predator, the higher pitch of something in distress, and an underlying quality that was disturbingly human-like. The cattle reacted instantly, bunching together in a panic that threatened to turn into a full stampede. Several of the younger animals broke from the group and tried to run back up the mountain, forcing Dad to spur his horse after them while shouting commands that seemed to have little effect. "Stay with the main herd," he called to me as he disappeared into the trees in pursuit of the fleeing cattle. "Keep them moving toward the gate." Being left alone with the remaining animals in such circumstances was terrifying beyond description. The sounds from the forest were becoming more frequent and seemed to be coming from multiple directions simultaneously. Whatever was out there wasn't operating alone. There were at least 2, possibly more, of these creatures coordinating their movements in ways that suggested intelligence far beyond what I had expected. Rex jumped down from behind my saddle and began herding the cattle with a desperation I had never seen in him before. The dog seemed to understand that our lives might depend on keeping the animals together and moving in the right direction. His usual playful approach to cattle work had been replaced by a grim efficiency that spoke to his recognition of the danger we faced. The minutes dragged by like hours as I waited for Dad's return. Every shadow between the trees seemed to hide potential threats, and every small sound, a branch creaking in the wind, a pine cone falling to the forest floor, sent fresh waves of adrenaline coursing through my system. My heart was beating so hard that I could feel it in my throat, and my hands had cramped from gripping the reins too tightly. When Dad finally reappeared with the missing cattle, his face was even paler than before. The confident rancher I had known all my life was being replaced by someone I didn't recognize, someone who had been forced to confront the reality that there were things in these mountains that fell outside his considerable experience and expertise. "We need to move faster," he said as he rejoined the main group. "I saw tracks down there that don't match anything I've ever seen before." "What kind of tracks?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to hear the answer. "Large, bipedal, but not human," he replied, his voice barely above a whisper. "And fresh, very fresh." As we continued down the mountain, I became aware that the sounds of pursuit were growing closer. The creatures, whatever they were, seemed to be pacing us, staying just out of sight but close enough to remind us of their presence. Sometimes the sounds would fall behind, giving us hope that we had outdistanced our pursuers. Then they would surge ahead, always staying just beyond the range of our vision, but close enough to maintain the psychological pressure. The cattle were now in a constant state of near panic, requiring every bit of skill that Dad, Rex, and I possessed to keep them moving in the right direction. Several times, individual animals tried to break away from the group, forcing one of us to pursue them while the others struggled to maintain control of the main herd. As we rounded a bend in the trail, I saw something that made my heart leap with relief. There, maybe 200 yards ahead, was the gate that marked the boundary between the wilderness area and the more controlled environment of the lower mountain slopes. Beyond that gate lay the familiar territory of our ranch and the illusion of safety that came with known ground. But as we approached our destination, the sounds from the forest intensified dramatically. What had been occasional noises became a constant chorus of movement and communication that seemed to emanate from all directions simultaneously. Whatever was tracking us was closing in for what I could only assume would be some kind of confrontation. "Almost there," Dad said, but his voice carried more hope than confidence. "Just keep them moving." As we pushed the last of the cattle through the gate and secured it behind us, I thought our ordeal might finally be over. But as we would soon discover, our mysterious pursuers were far from finished with us. Chapter 5. Marked Territory. The relief I felt upon reaching the gate and securing it behind us proved to be short-lived. As we began the descent down the mountain path that would eventually lead us back to the ranch, it became increasingly clear that passing through the gate had not ended our encounter with whatever inhabited the deeper wilderness areas. If anything, our mysterious pursuers seemed to have become more active and more aggressive in their behavior. The trail leading down from the gate was one I had traveled countless times over the years. It wound through a mixed forest of aspen and pine, with occasional clearings that provided spectacular views of the valley below. Under normal circumstances, this portion of the journey home was one of my favorites, offering a chance to relax and enjoy the scenery after the hard work of moving cattle to their summer pasture. But nothing about this morning qualified as normal circumstances. The oppressive atmosphere that had characterized our climb into the mountains had followed us back down, creating a sense of impending doom that made even familiar landmarks seem foreign and threatening. The cattle remained clustered together in an unnatural formation, their usual tendency to spread out and graze completely suppressed by their obvious fear. Rex had resumed his position running alongside the horses, but his behavior remained far from normal. Every few minutes, he would stop abruptly and stare back up the mountain, his hackles raised and his body tense with anticipation. The dog's distress was becoming increasingly difficult to ignore, particularly since his instincts had proven so reliable throughout the morning's events. "Look at that," Dad said suddenly, pulling his horse to a stop and pointing toward a large pine tree that stood beside the trail. I followed his gaze and felt my stomach drop as I saw what had captured his attention. The tree, which I remembered as unmarked during our passage earlier that morning, now bore a series of deep gashes that ran from roughly 7 feet above the ground down to about 4 feet from the base. The marks appeared fresh, with sap still seeping from the wounds in the bark. But what made these marks truly disturbing was their pattern and depth. They weren't random scratches left by a bear or other large animal. Instead, they formed a deliberate design that looked almost like some kind of primitive communication. 4 parallel lines ran vertically down the trunk, intersected by 2 horizontal lines that created a pattern resembling a crude grid or map. "Those weren't there this morning," I said, though the statement was unnecessary. Both Dad and I had excellent memories for trail conditions, and such obvious markings would never have escaped our notice during the upward journey. Dad dismounted and approached the tree for a closer examination. As he drew near, I could see his face growing increasingly pale as he took in the full extent of the damage. The gouges were deep enough to penetrate several inches into the heartwood, and they had been made with tremendous force. Whatever had created these marks possessed strength far beyond that of any normal forest animal. "Look at the spacing," he said, running his finger along the edge of one of the vertical marks. "These lines are about 6 inches apart, which would suggest fingers or claws of considerable size. But the depth and precision suggest tool use rather than natural weapons." The implications of his observation sent a fresh wave of fear coursing through my system. We were dealing with something that possessed not only size and strength, but also intelligence and the ability to manipulate its environment in deliberate ways. The marks on the tree weren't random damage, they were a message. As we remounted and continued down the trail, I found myself scanning every tree we passed for similar markings. The forest that had seemed so familiar just hours earlier now felt like enemy territory, full of potential threats and hidden dangers. Every shadow between the trees could conceal watching eyes, and every sound, no matter how innocent, seemed to carry sinister implications. The cattle sensed our growing anxiety and responded by becoming even more difficult to manage. Several times the entire herd tried to break into a run, forcing Rex to work frantically to keep them together. The animals' eyes showed white around the edges, and many of them were producing stress vocalizations that I had never heard before in all my years of ranch work. "There's another one," I called out, pointing to a second marked tree roughly 50 yards further down the trail. This tree bore a different pattern of marks. 3 vertical lines crossed by a single horizontal slash, all carved with the same precision and depth as the first set. The message, whatever it was intended to convey, was being reinforced through repetition and variation. As we continued our descent, we discovered that virtually every large tree along our route had been marked in some way. Some bore the simple grid pattern we had first observed. Others showed more complex designs that seemed to incorporate elements of primitive pictographs. All of the marks appeared fresh, created within the past few hours while we had been moving cattle in the higher elevations. "They're marking territory," Dad said grimly, "letting us know that this area is under their control." The realization that we were traveling through territory that had been claimed by unknown creatures was deeply unsettling. These mountains had been in our family for 3 generations, and Dad had been working cattle through these trails for over 2 decades. The idea that something else considered this area to be their domain challenged our most basic assumptions about the natural order. As we approached a familiar fork in the trail, where one path led back toward the ranch while the other continued up toward the higher peaks, Rex suddenly began barking with an intensity that made my heart race. His attention was focused on the path that led upward, and his body language suggested the presence of immediate danger. Following the dog's gaze, I saw a movement in the shadows between the trees roughly 100 yards up the alternate trail. The shapes were indistinct but clearly large, and they were moving with the same coordinated precision we had observed earlier in the morning. Whatever these creatures were, they had positioned themselves to observe our passage and were making no effort to conceal their presence. "They're watching us," I whispered, my voice barely audible even to myself. Dad nodded grimly. "They've been watching us all morning. The question is what they plan to do about it." As if in response to his words, a sound echoed through the forest that made both of us freeze in terror. It was similar to the vocalizations we had heard earlier, but much closer and more intense. The sound seemed to combine the hunting call of a large predator with something that was disturbingly human-like in its intonation and phrasing. The cattle reacted immediately, clustering together in a defensive formation that spoke to instincts developed over millions of years of evolution. Several of the bulls began pawing the ground and snorting, their massive heads swinging back and forth as they searched for the source of the threat. But what happened next was even more disturbing than the sound itself. From somewhere up the mountain came an answering call. different in tone but clearly part of the same communication system. Then another, from a different direction entirely. Within seconds, the forest was filled with a chorus of these unnatural vocalizations, creating a symphony of sound that seemed to surround us completely. "There's more than one," Dad said, his voice tight with fear. "There's a whole group of them." The realization that we were outnumbered by creatures of unknown capabilities and intentions was terrifying beyond description. These mountains that I had considered my home territory were now revealed to be the domain of something far more dangerous than I had ever imagined. As the vocalizations faded into silence, we heard a new sound that made my blood run cold. Footsteps, heavy, deliberate, and definitely not human, were approaching through the forest from multiple directions. Whatever these creatures were, they were closing in on our position. "We need to get out of here," Dad said, spurring his horse toward the trail that led back to the ranch. "Right now." But as we began our desperate retreat, I couldn't shake the feeling that running away would only delay the inevitable. Whatever lived in these mountains had marked their territory, and we had trespassed in ways that demanded a response. The chase that followed would test our survival skills to their absolute limits. The decision to flee down the mountain trail seemed like our only option, but as we spurred our horses into a faster pace, it became clear that we were being herded rather than simply pursued. Every time we tried to take a direct route back toward the ranch, sounds would emerge from the forest ahead of us, forcing us to alter our course and take increasingly circuitous paths through terrain that was becoming less and less familiar. The cattle, responding to our obvious panic, had broken into the kind of desperate run that could injure animals and riders alike on such rough terrain. Rex was working frantically to keep the herd together, but even his exceptional skills were being tested by the chaos of our retreat. Several times, individual animals broke away from the group and had to be pursued through dense underbrush that tore at our clothes and scratched our faces. "They're driving us toward the upper trail," Dad shouted over the sound of hooves and heavy breathing. "We can't go back the way we came." The upper trail was a rough path that followed the ridgeline for several miles before descending toward the ranch through a series of switchbacks that were difficult to navigate under the best of circumstances. Taking that route would add hours to our journey and force us to travel through some of the most remote and exposed terrain in the entire area. But as sounds continued to emerge from the forest on both sides of our intended route, it became clear that we had no choice. Whatever was pursuing us had effectively cut off our escape routes and was forcing us to take the path that led deeper into their territory rather than toward the safety of civilization. The upper trail began with a steep climb that left our horses blowing hard within the first few hundred yards. The cattle were struggling even more, their sides heaving as they fought to maintain the pace we were demanding. Several of the older animals were beginning to show signs of exhaustion that could lead to collapse if we didn't slow down soon. "We have to rest them," I called to Dad, though the words felt like an admission of defeat. He nodded grimly and signaled for a halt near a small clearing that offered some visibility in all directions. The cattle immediately spread out and began the heavy breathing that indicated severe stress, while our horses stood with their heads hanging and their flanks covered in sweat. But our rest was interrupted by a sound that made every animal in our group tense with fear. From somewhere behind us came what sounded like a human scream, but distorted in ways that suggested it was being produced by vocal cords that were fundamentally different from our own. The sound rose and fell in patterns that seemed almost musical, but with an underlying quality that spoke to predatory intelligence. Rex began whimpering and pressed himself against my legs, his entire body trembling with terror. The cattle moved closer together, forming the kind of defensive circle that wild animals create when facing pack predators. Even our horses were showing signs of panic, fighting against the reins and trying to bolt in any direction that might lead away from the source of the sound. "What in God's name is that?" I whispered, my voice barely audible even to myself. Dad's face had gone white beneath his weathered tan. "I don't know," he replied, "but we can't stay here. We need to keep moving." As we resumed our desperate flight along the ridgeline, the sounds from behind us became more frequent and more varied. What had started as isolated vocalizations was evolving into a complex pattern of communication that seemed to involve multiple participants spread across a wide area. Whatever these creatures were, they were coordinating their movements with a level of sophistication that suggested intelligence far beyond what I had attributed to any wild animal. The trail along the ridge was narrow and exposed, offering spectacular views of the surrounding mountains, but also leaving us visible to anything that might be watching from the forested slopes below. Several times I caught glimpses of movement in the trees that suggested we were being paralleled by creatures that could move through difficult terrain with surprising speed and agility. "There," Dad said suddenly, pointing toward a distant hillside where dark shapes were moving with obvious purpose. "Do you see them?" I followed his gaze and felt my mouth go dry as I spotted what appeared to be at least 3 large figures making their way up a slope that would have challenged experienced human climbers. The creatures moved with a fluid grace that seemed to ignore the difficulties of the terrain, covering ground at a rate that suggested they would be able to intercept our route within a matter of minutes. "How many are there?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to hear the answer. "More than I can count," Dad replied grimly. "And they're getting ahead of us." The realization that we were being systematically outmaneuvered by creatures of unknown capabilities was terrifying beyond description. These mountains that I had considered familiar territory were being revealed as the domain of something far more dangerous and intelligent than I had ever imagined. As we continued along the ridgeline, the vocalizations from our pursuers became almost constant. The sounds seemed to be coming from all directions simultaneously, creating an acoustic environment that made it impossible to determine exactly where the various creatures were positioned. This psychological warfare was clearly having its intended effect. Both human and animal members of our group were showing signs of panic that threatened to compromise our ability to make rational decisions. "Listen," Dad said suddenly, holding up his hand for silence. In the distance, barely audible over the sound of wind through the trees, came the distinctive sound of a helicopter. The aircraft was still far away, but it was clearly approaching our general area with the kind of purposeful flight pattern that suggested an official mission rather than casual sightseeing. "Search and rescue?" I asked hopefully. Dad shook his head. "Wrong type of sound. That's military or maybe law enforcement. And it's coming from the direction of the deep wilderness, not from town." As the helicopter sound grew louder, the vocalizations from our pursuers suddenly stopped completely. The abrupt silence was more unnerving than the constant communication had been, suggesting that whatever was tracking us was capable of sophisticated responses to changing circumstances. Within minutes, the aircraft appeared over the horizon, a large, unmarked helicopter painted entirely in white. It was flying low and fast, following the valley floors with the kind of precision that suggested intimate familiarity with the terrain. As it passed overhead, I could see figures in the cockpit, but the aircraft showed no sign of having noticed our small group on the mountainside. "Where's it going?" I asked, watching as the helicopter disappeared over the next ridge. "Into the deep country," Dad replied. "The areas where nobody goes. The places where—" He paused, as if reluctant to finish the thought. "Where what?" "Where people have been reporting strange encounters for years. The places where experienced outdoorsmen refuse to go alone." As the sound of the helicopter faded into the distance, our pursuers resumed their vocalizations with renewed intensity. Whatever had caused them to fall silent during the aircraft's passage was no longer a concern, and their communication patterns suggested increased urgency and organization. "We need to get off this ridge," Dad said, spurring his horse toward a trail that led down into a wooded valley. "We're too exposed up here." But as we began our descent into the trees, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were walking into a trap. The creatures that had been pursuing us all morning had demonstrated intelligence and coordination that suggested they were capable of complex planning. Leading us away from open ground and into dense forest where visibility was limited seemed like exactly the kind of tactical decision they might make. As we entered the forest canopy, the oppressive silence returned with renewed intensity. But this time it felt different, not like the absence of sound, but like the calm before a storm. Whatever was going to happen next, I could sense that it was approaching rapidly, and I was terrified to find out what it would be. The autumn of 2019 arrived with an unseasonable warmth that extended well into October, giving me and my friend Garrett extra weeks to enjoy the outdoor activities that would soon be curtailed by winter weather. The events of that terrifying April morning had faded somewhat in my memory, reduced to the kind of half-remembered nightmare that seems less credible in daylight than it had in the moment of experience. Dad and I had never discussed in detail what we had encountered on the mountain that day. The official story was that we had seen evidence of trespassers and had taken the longer route home as a precautionary measure. But I could tell from the way his eyes would sometimes drift toward the mountain peaks during our daily work that the experience had left permanent marks on his psyche that no amount of time would completely erase. Garrett lived at our ranch with his family, occupying one of the smaller houses that accommodated seasonal workers and their dependents. At 15, he was 2 years younger than me, but possessed the kind of fearless enthusiasm for outdoor adventure that made him an ideal companion for exploring the vast wilderness that surrounded our property. The lake that bordered our ranch was a natural wonder that had provided entertainment and recreation for 3 generations of my family. Fed by mountain streams and spring runoff, it maintained a constant level throughout most of the year and supported a healthy population of fish that made it popular with local anglers. The shores were lined with a mixed forest of aspen and pine that provided excellent habitat for deer, elk, and the smaller animals that formed the foundation of the local ecosystem. Garrett and I had spent countless hours that summer building and improving a fort in the swampy woods that bordered the lake's eastern shore. The structure was nothing elaborate, just some salvaged lumber nailed together to create walls and a roof that would keep out most of the weather. But it represented a significant investment of time and effort, and it had become our primary hangout spot during the long summer afternoons. Access to the fort required crossing a small creek that flowed into the lake through a marshy area where the footing was uncertain and the water was often deeper than it appeared. Early in the summer, we had solved this problem by constructing a simple bridge using 4 wooden planks supported by rocks positioned at strategic points in the streambed. The bridge had served us well throughout the summer months, supporting not only our own weight, but also that of the various supplies and materials we had transported to improve our fort. It was sturdy enough that we had never given any thought to its structural integrity or worried about its ability to continue serving our needs. But on that October afternoon when we approached the creek crossing, both Garrett and I stopped in shock at what we found. 2 of the 4 planks that formed our bridge had been snapped cleanly in half, leaving jagged ends that showed the bright, fresh color of recently broken wood. The breaks were not the result of gradual deterioration or normal wear. They showed the characteristics of sudden, violent failure under extreme stress. "What happened to our bridge?" Garrett asked, his voice reflecting the confusion I was feeling. I knelt beside the broken planks and examined them more closely. The wood was dry pine lumber that would normally require considerable force to break, especially given the dimensions of the planks we had used. But these breaks showed none of the splintering and tearing that would result from normal structural failure. Instead, they appeared to have been snapped with a single, powerful application of force applied in exactly the right location to cause maximum damage. "Maybe a big animal stepped on it," I suggested, though my own words sounded unconvincing even to me. "What kind of animal would be heavy enough to break these boards?" Garrett replied. "And why would it step on the bridge instead of just wading through the creek?" The questions were valid, and they highlighted problems with the innocent explanation I was trying to convince myself to believe. The creek was shallow enough that any large animal could easily ford it without using our bridge, and the placement of the breaks suggested that whatever had caused the damage had deliberately targeted the bridge rather than accidentally encountering it. But I wasn't ready to confront the alternative explanations that were beginning to form in the back of my mind. The events of the previous spring felt like ancient history, and I had successfully convinced myself that they had been the result of overactive imagination combined with the kind of ordinary wildlife encounters that were common in such remote areas. "Probably just got overused," I said, forcing confidence into my voice that I didn't really feel. "We'll fix it later. Let's just jump across for now." We made our way across the creek, using the remaining planks and a series of carefully placed hops that left us both slightly wet but safely on the other side. The fort was exactly as we had left it the previous week. 4 walls of mismatched lumber surrounding a small interior space that contained a few pieces of salvaged furniture and some supplies we kept stored there for our various projects. We settled into our usual spots and began the kind of aimless conversation that filled our afternoons. Discussions of school, plans for upcoming hunting season, speculation about which girls might be interested in dating, and other topics that seemed incredibly important to teenagers but would seem trivial to adults. The fort provided a sense of privacy and independence that was hard to find elsewhere on the ranch. But our conversation was interrupted by a sound that made both of us freeze in sudden terror. It started as a rhythmic tapping, like someone knocking on wood with measured, deliberate strokes. The sound was coming from somewhere very close to our fort, possibly from one of the trees that formed the canopy overhead. "What's that?" Garrett whispered, his eyes wide with concern. I held up my hand for silence and focused my attention on the source of the sound. The tapping continued for perhaps 30 seconds, following a pattern that seemed almost like Morse code. 3 short taps, followed by 2 longer ones, then 3 short taps again. The rhythm was too regular to be natural, and the sound was too deliberate to be caused by any kind of random environmental factor. As the tapping continued, I felt the same sense of creeping dread that had characterized the morning encounter with Dad several months earlier. This wasn't the kind of innocent mystery that could be explained away with rational thought. This was something that demanded immediate action, preferably involving rapid movement away from our current location. "We need to leave," I said quietly, though I couldn't have explained the source of my certainty. "Right now." Garrett looked confused by my sudden change in mood, but something in my voice must have conveyed the seriousness of the situation. Without asking for further explanation, he began gathering up the personal items we had brought to the fort while I moved toward the opening that served as our door. The machinery yard that bordered the swampy woods was perhaps 100 yards from our fort, across an area of mixed forest and marshy ground that offered limited visibility but multiple routes of approach. The main shop building provided a clear view of the tree line, but reaching it would require crossing an open area where we would be exposed to observation from anyone or anything that might be watching from the woods. There was a gap in the barbed wire fence that surrounded the machinery yard, a small opening we had created earlier in the summer to provide easy access between our fort and the more civilized areas of the ranch. Reaching that gap had always been a simple matter of following a well-worn path through the forest, but suddenly the familiar route seemed fraught with danger. I whispered my plan to Garrett as quickly as possible, emphasizing the need for speed and stealth. We would leave the fort simultaneously, move through the forest in a crouched position to minimize our visibility, and make for the fence gap as quickly as possible without creating so much noise that we would attract attention. As we prepared to leave our sanctuary, the tapping sound stopped abruptly. The sudden silence was more frightening than the rhythmic noise had been, suggesting that whatever was making the sound had become aware of our presence and was changing its behavior accordingly. "Go," I whispered, and both of us burst from the fort at a dead run. But as I lifted my head to check our route toward the fence, I saw something that would haunt my nightmares for years to come. Standing in a small clearing, perhaps 25 feet directly ahead of us, was a creature that defied every assumption I had made about the natural world. The creature that stood before us in that small clearing was unlike anything I had ever seen or imagined. At first glance, it appeared almost human, but every detail of its appearance reinforced the terrible reality that this was something fundamentally alien to our world. The face that stared back at us with obvious intelligence was a grotesque parody of human features, as if someone had attempted to create a person from memory, but had gotten all the proportions wrong. Its eyes were the most disturbing feature. Too large for the skull that contained them, positioned too high on the forehead, and spaced too far apart to create the symmetrical arrangement that characterizes human faces. But what made them truly terrifying was their color, a sickly green that seemed to glow with its own internal light, creating the impression that we were being observed by something that belonged more to the realm of nightmares than to the natural world. The nose was pointed and oversized, projecting from the face like the beak of some enormous bird of prey. Below it, the mouth was a slash of darkness from which protruded a single yellowed tooth that curved downward like a fang. The entire facial structure was covered with patches of coarse, dark hair that failed to conceal the gray-green skin beneath. But it was the smell that nearly overwhelmed me, a combination of copper and stale cigarettes that seemed to coat the inside of my nostrils and throat with every breath. The odor was so intense and so unnatural that it triggered an immediate gag reflex, making it difficult to focus on the need to escape from our predicament. The creature's body was massive, easily 7 feet tall, and built with the kind of muscular development that suggested enormous physical strength. Its limbs were covered with the same patchy dark fur that marked its face, but in the exposed areas, I could see skin that was scarred and wounded in ways that spoke to a life of violence and hardship. For several seconds, we stood frozen in a tableau of mutual observation, two terrified teenagers facing something that challenged their understanding of reality, while the creature studied us with an intelligence that was clearly evaluating our potential as threats or prey. Time seemed suspended as both sides processed the implications of this unexpected encounter. Then the creature took a step forward, and the spell was broken. I turned and ran with a desperation that I had never experienced before, crashing through underbrush and leaping over obstacles with a recklessness that could easily have resulted in serious injury. Behind me I could hear Garrett following, though his panicked screams of Sasquatch suggested that his mind was trying to process what we had seen by fitting it into familiar categories. But I knew that what we had encountered was not a Sasquatch or any other creature from folklore or legend. This was something far more disturbing, something that belonged in the space between known and unknown, challenging our most basic assumptions about what was possible in the natural world. The run back to the house seemed to take forever, though it probably covered less than half a mile of familiar ground. Every shadow between the trees seemed to hide potential threats, and every sound, no matter how innocent, triggered fresh waves of adrenaline that left me feeling nauseated and shaky. When we finally burst through the front door of the house, both of us were pale and trembling with the kind of shock that comes from confronting something that fundamentally challenges your understanding of reality. Garrett immediately began trying to call his parents, but his hands were shaking so badly that he couldn't operate his phone properly. "What did we just see?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "I don't know," I replied, though part of me suspected that I knew exactly what we had encountered. The creature in the clearing bore an unmistakable resemblance to the figures Dad and I had glimpsed on the mountain months earlier. The same impossible height, the same mixture of human and animal characteristics, the same sense of intelligence that was both familiar and utterly alien. As we sat in the living room trying to process what had happened, I became aware of movement outside the house. Through the front windows, I could see across the yard to the grassy hills that rose beyond our property line. As I watched, a massive figure appeared on the skyline, moving with the kind of fluid speed that seemed to defy the laws of physics. "There," I said, pointing toward the distant hillside. "Do you see it?" Garrett followed my gaze, and his face went white as he spotted the same figure that had captured my attention. Even at a distance of perhaps half a mile, the creature's size was apparent. It moved across the landscape with enormous strides, covering ground at a rate that would have been impossible for any human being. "How can something that big move so fast?" Garrett whispered. I had no answer for his question. Everything about what we were witnessing defied rational explanation and challenged our understanding of what was physically possible. The creature disappeared over the hill within seconds, leaving us with nothing but the memory of its impossible speed and size. That night, both Garrett and I stayed awake in the living room, too frightened to risk sleeping in separate rooms. We played video games and watched television, desperately trying to maintain some sense of normalcy in the face of experiences that had shattered our assumptions about the world we lived in. When my parents and brother returned from their evening activities around 9:30, they immediately sensed that something was wrong. But neither Garrett nor I felt capable of explaining what we had encountered. How do you tell responsible adults that you've seen something that shouldn't exist? How do you describe an experience that sounds like the product of overactive imagination or adolescent hysteria? We retreated to my bedroom, where the familiar surroundings provided some illusion of safety and security. But even there, surrounded by the possessions and memories of a normal teenage life, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched by something that existed outside the boundaries of normal experience. At approximately 2 a.m., Garrett shook me awake from the light doze I had finally managed to achieve. His face was white with terror, and his finger was pressed to his lips in a gesture demanding absolute silence. As I became fully alert, I heard what had woken him, a soft, rhythmic tapping on my bedroom window. The sound was identical to what we had heard at the fort earlier that day. Measured, deliberate taps that followed a pattern suggesting intelligence and purpose. But hearing it here, at my bedroom window in the middle of the night, transformed it from mysterious to absolutely terrifying. We sat frozen on my bed, afraid to move or speak or even breathe too loudly. The tapping continued for perhaps 2 minutes, following the same pattern we had heard earlier. 3 short taps, 2 long ones, then 3 short taps again. It was like some kind of code, a form of communication that we couldn't understand but that clearly carried meaning for whatever was producing it. Then the tapping stopped, and we heard the sound of my fence creaking under some tremendous weight. The metal posts and wire that formed our property boundary were designed to contain livestock, not to support the weight of something that could make them groan and complain as if they were being tested to their breaking point. A loud snap echoed through the night air, followed by the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. Whatever had been putting pressure on our fence had finally exceeded its structural limits and had caused some component of the system to fail catastrophically. We remained frozen on the bed for another hour, listening for any additional sounds that might indicate continued presence of whatever had visited us. But gradually, the normal sounds of night returned. The distant hoot of an owl, the rustle of wind through leaves, the small movements of nocturnal animals going about their business. When morning finally arrived, I crept outside to assess the damage to our property. The fence showed clear evidence of having been subjected to enormous pressure. Several posts were bent out of alignment, and one section of wire had been snapped completely. My hockey stick, which had been leaning against the fence, was broken in half and lay scattered across the yard. The road hockey ball that had been nearby was completely flattened, as if it had been stepped on by something weighing hundreds of pounds. Across the road, I could see our neighbors loading their daughters into their car with the kind of urgency that suggested they too had experienced something disturbing during the night. The girls appeared to be in a state of hysteria, crying and clinging to their parents in ways that spoke to genuine terror rather than ordinary childhood upset. I wanted to approach them and ask what they had seen, but some instinct warned me that drawing attention to the previous night's events might not be wise. Whatever had visited our property had demonstrated intelligence and purpose that suggested it was capable of much more than simple vandalism or mischief. That incident marked the end of our encounters with the creatures that inhabited the deeper wilderness areas surrounding our ranch. In the weeks and months that followed, life returned to something approaching normal routine. But I never again felt completely secure when working or playing in the forested areas of our property. The events of that spring and autumn had revealed the existence of something that challenged every assumption I had made about the natural world. Somewhere in the vast wilderness that surrounded our ranch, creatures existed that combined human intelligence with physical capabilities that defied explanation. They had demonstrated awareness of our presence, the ability to communicate with each other across considerable distances, and the capacity for behavior that suggested complex planning and coordination. Most disturbing of all, they had shown that they were capable of venturing beyond their wilderness territory to investigate and interact with human settlements. The visit to our house in the middle of the night had been a deliberate act of reconnaissance, a gathering of information about our capabilities and vulnerabilities. I have never spoken publicly about these experiences until now, partly because I knew that few people would believe such an account, and partly because I wasn't sure I wanted to attract the attention of whatever agencies might be interested in such reports. The unmarked helicopter we had seen on the mountain suggested that someone in authority was already aware of the situation and was taking steps to monitor or control it. But as I have grown older and gained perspective on these events, I have come to believe that there are things in our world that exist beyond the boundaries of conventional knowledge. The creatures we encountered were not supernatural or mythological. They were flesh and blood entities that had found ways to survive and thrive in environments that most humans never penetrate. They may still be out there, in the deep wilderness areas where few people venture and fewer still return to tell their stories. And sometimes, late at night when the wind is blowing through the trees and the shadows are deep and dark, I wonder if they remember us as clearly as we remember them. The thought that we might one day meet again fills me with a terror that time has done nothing to diminish. This happened to me during the spring of 2021, when I was 19 years old and trapped in what felt like an endless cycle of pandemic restrictions. The world had been locked down for over a year, and our small town of Cedar Falls felt more isolated than ever. School had been a mixture of virtual classes and sporadic in-person sessions, but by late May, most of us had completed our coursework early. The administration basically told us that if we had finished our requirements, we didn't need to show up for the remaining weeks. Freedom, in the limited sense that existed during those times, finally felt within reach. My group of friends had been going stir-crazy for months. We'd exhausted every video game, binged every series worth watching, and had grown tired of the endless video calls that had replaced real human interaction. The only activity that remained consistently available to us was fishing. It was outdoors, socially distanced by nature, and gave us something to focus on besides the suffocating atmosphere of constant uncertainty that had dominated our lives. Every morning at exactly 6 a.m., the six of us would meet up. Trevor, who had somehow managed to keep his beat-up Honda Pilot running despite his father's predictions of imminent breakdown, would pick up the rest of us, since we all lived within a few blocks of each other in the Riverside neighborhood. The routine had become sacred to us. Tyler and Jordan from Maple Street, Ben and Drew from Oak Avenue, and myself from the corner house on Pine Road. Our destination was always the same: Miller's Pond, a decent-sized body of water about 15 minutes from town that consistently yielded trout and bass. The fishing wasn't spectacular, but it was reliable, and there was a small bait shop just 2 minutes away where Old Pete would sell us night crawlers and occasionally share stories about the good old days when you could catch fish the size of small dogs from that very pond. The repetition had become comforting. In a world where everything felt uncertain and dangerous, where we couldn't hug our grandparents or eat inside restaurants, this simple routine anchored us. We'd cast our lines, talk about nothing and everything, and for a few hours pretend that the world made sense again. But by early June, even our beloved routine had started to feel stale. We'd mapped every inch of Miller's Pond, knew exactly where the bass liked to hide during different times of day, and could predict with frightening accuracy which spots would be productive. Tyler had started bringing a book instead of focusing on fishing. Jordan spent more time skipping rocks than casting his line. We all felt it, the need for something new, something different. That's when Trevor mentioned the app. Fishbrain had been downloaded on Trevor's phone for months, but he'd never really explored its full potential. It was designed to be a social network for anglers, where people could log their catches, share photos, and most importantly for us, mark productive fishing spots with detailed information about what species were being caught and when. On our final official day of school, while we sat around Miller's Pond, catching nothing but the same small bluegill we'd been pulling out for weeks, Trevor started scrolling through the app's map feature. His eyes lit up as he zoomed in on areas within a reasonable driving distance. "Look at this," he said, turning his phone screen toward us. "There's a creek system about 30 minutes north that people are saying is incredible for trout. Rainbow, brook, and apparently some brown trout too." The location markers showed consistent catches over the past several weeks. Photos of beautiful rainbow trout with vivid pink stripes, brook trout with their distinctive speckled patterns, and even a few impressive brown trout that looked like they belonged in a fishing magazine rather than a small creek in our area. "Says here the access is a bit of a hike," Trevor continued, reading the details. "About 4 miles of trail to reach the best spots, but look at these fish." He scrolled through photo after photo. These weren't the small, somewhat disappointing fish we'd been catching at Miller's Pond. These were the kind of trout that made fishing feel like an adventure rather than just a way to pass time. Ben leaned over to get a better look. 4 miles isn't that bad. We've hiked further than that before." "Yeah, but look at what some of these people are saying about the terrain," Drew pointed out, reading over Trevor's shoulder. "Multiple elevation changes, some steep sections, and apparently you need to cross the creek several times to access different pools." That actually made it sound more appealing to me. I'd been fly fishing for 3 years, ever since my uncle had taught me during a trip to Colorado, and I was getting tired of casting into the same predictable spots. The idea of technical fishing in varied terrain where different techniques might be required for different sections of the creek sounded exactly like what we needed. "The app shows that the best fishing is early morning," Tyler observed. "So we'd need to start even earlier to account for the drive and hike." We spent the next hour planning. The logistics were more complex than our usual routine, but not impossibly so. Trevor would pick everyone up at 5:30 a.m. instead of 6:02. We'd need to pack more supplies since we'd be hiking for several hours and wouldn't have the convenience of Pete's bait shop nearby. Most importantly, we'd need to let our parents know we'd be going to a new location and would likely be out of cell phone range for most of the day. The more we talked about it, the more excited we became. This felt like the first real adventure we'd had in over a year. Everything else in our lives had become so controlled, so limited, so predictable. The idea of exploring somewhere new, somewhere that might actually challenge us, felt like stepping back into a version of ourselves we'd almost forgotten existed. "Let's do it tomorrow," I suggested. "It's supposed to be clear and cool in the morning. Perfect fishing weather." Everyone agreed immediately. We spent the rest of the afternoon gathering information about the location, studying the trail maps available online, and planning what gear to bring. I decided I'd pack both my fly rod for the shallow areas where I could work on my technique and my spinning rod for the deeper pools where the bigger fish would likely be waiting. That night, I had trouble falling asleep. Not because I was worried, but because I was genuinely excited for the first time in months. I kept thinking about the photos we'd seen on the app, imagining myself working my way up that creek, reading the water, adapting my technique to new challenges. I had no idea that within 24 hours, fishing would be the furthest thing from my mind. Trevor's Honda Pilot rumbled to life at 5:25 a.m., cutting through the pre-dawn silence of our neighborhood. The early June air was crisp and carried the scent of dew-covered grass and the faint aroma of someone's coffee brewing somewhere nearby. I had packed my gear the night before: fly rod, spinning rod, tackle box organized with various flies and lures, a day pack with water and snacks, and my camera to document what I hoped would be our best fishing trip yet. The others emerged from their houses like zombies, still half asleep but carrying their gear with the practiced efficiency of people who'd done this routine dozens of times before. Tyler clutched a large coffee mug and moved with the deliberate slowness of someone not quite ready to be awake. Jordan had his lucky fishing hat pulled low over his eyes and carried what looked like enough tackle to stock a small sporting goods store. "Everyone ready for an adventure?" Trevor asked, with the forced cheerfulness of someone trying to convince himself he was fully awake. A chorus of mumbled agreement came from the group as we loaded our gear into the back of the Pilot. The drive would take us northwest, away from town and into areas I'd rarely explored. According to the GPS, our destination was a trailhead parking area that served multiple hiking trails, including the one that would take us to the creek system we'd studied on Fishbrain. As we drove, the familiar landscape of our town gradually gave way to more rural areas. Subdivisions became farmland, strip malls became scattered houses with large yards, and streetlights became increasingly rare. The sun was just beginning to rise, casting long shadows across the rolling hills and creating a golden glow that made everything look more beautiful than it had any right to. According to the app, the best fishing is in the first 2 hours after sunrise, Ben said, scrolling through his phone, so timing should be perfect. "What's the plan when we get there?" Drew asked. "Are we sticking together or splitting up like usual?" That was a good question. At Miller's Pond, we'd developed a system where we'd break into 2 groups of 3, cover different areas, and meet back up around noon to compare our catches and share stories. The new location was larger and more complex, with multiple pools and runs spread out over several miles of creek. "I think we should stick together for the first part," I suggested. "At least until we get a feel for the area and figure out where the fish are. After that, maybe we split up into smaller groups but stay within shouting distance." The GPS announced that we'd arrived at our destination just as we spotted a small gravel parking area on the left side of the road. It was more primitive than I'd expected, just a cleared area with space for maybe 8 or 10 cars, a wooden sign marking the trailhead, and a small information board with a basic map of the trail system. We were the only vehicle there. "Guess we're the early birds today," Tyler observed as we unloaded our gear. The trailhead sign indicated that our destination, marked as Whispering Creek Access, was 3.8 miles via the Blue Blaze Trail. The estimated hiking time was listed as 2 to 3 hours, depending on fitness level and weather conditions. A warning at the bottom of the sign mentioned that the trail crossed the creek multiple times and could be slippery when wet. "Creek crossings," Jordan said, adjusting his backpack straps. "Good thing I brought the waterproof boots." We set off just as the sun cleared the horizon, following blue blazes painted on trees at regular intervals. The trail started easy enough, a well-maintained dirt path that wound gently upward through mixed hardwood forest. The morning air was filled with bird songs I couldn't identify, and somewhere in the distance, I could hear the faint sound of running water. After about 20 minutes of hiking, we encountered our first creek crossing. The water was shallow but moving fast, flowing over smooth rocks that looked treacherous. A fallen log served as a makeshift bridge, but it was narrow and didn't look particularly stable. "I'm not trusting that log with my gear," Ben said, eyeing the crossing skeptically. "Rock hopping it is," Trevor decided, pointing to a series of larger stones that provided a more stable path across the water. We made it across without incident, though Tyler managed to get one boot wet when a rock shifted under his weight. The trail continued on the other side, climbing more steeply now and leading us deeper into the forest. The second crossing came after another 30 minutes of hiking. This time the creek was wider and deeper, and there was no convenient log. The trail simply disappeared into the water on one side and picked up again on the opposite bank. "This is where the real fishing starts," I said, studying the pool that had formed just upstream from the crossing. The water was crystal clear, and I could see what looked like the shadows of fish holding in the deeper sections. We crossed more carefully this time, taking our time to ensure our gear stayed dry. The water was shockingly cold even through my boots, and the current was stronger than it had appeared from the bank. By the time we reached what the trail map indicated was the main fishing area, we'd been hiking for just over an hour. The forest had grown denser around us, and the sound of the creek had become a constant background presence. We were now following the water more closely, with the trail sometimes running right alongside the bank and sometimes cutting inland to avoid particularly rough terrain. "This is it," Trevor announced, consulting his phone and the FishBrain app. "According to the GPS, we're right in the middle of the area where people have been catching those big trout." The creek in front of us looked like something from a fishing magazine. Clear water flowed over a series of granite shelves, creating multiple pools of varying depths. Overhanging trees provided cover and dropped insects into the water, while submerged logs and boulders created the kind of structure that trout love to hide behind. "This is incredible," Jordan said, already starting to assemble his rod. "I can see why people hike all the way up here." We found a flat area near the bank where we could spread out our gear and get organized. The plan was to start fishing here and work our way upstream, hitting different pools and runs as we went. We'd stay in visual contact with each other, but spread out enough that we wouldn't interfere with each other's fishing. I was in the process of rigging my fly rod when Tyler suddenly stopped what he was doing and tilted his head to one side. "Did you guys hear that?" he asked, his voice carrying a note of confusion. We all stopped and listened. At first, all I could hear was the sound of water flowing over rocks and the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze. Then, faintly, from somewhere upstream, came the sound of something moving through the undergrowth. "Probably just a deer," Ben said, but he didn't sound entirely convinced. The sound came again, closer this time. Not the delicate stepping of a deer, but something heavier, more deliberate. Something that seemed to be moving parallel to the creek, staying just out of sight in the dense forest. "Maybe we should have picked a busier trail," Drew muttered, glancing around nervously. But the sound faded away, and after a few minutes of listening to nothing but natural forest noises, we convinced ourselves it really had been just a deer or some other harmless wildlife. We were in their territory after all, and it made sense that our presence might have disturbed some of the local animals. I went back to rigging my fly rod, selecting a small dry fly that might tempt any trout feeding on the surface. The morning was shaping up to be perfect for fishing. Overcast enough to keep the fish active, but with enough light to see what we were doing. I had no way of knowing that something in the woods was watching us, learning our voices, and waiting for the right moment to use what it had learned. The fishing started off exactly as we'd hoped. Tyler, working a deep pool about 50 yards downstream from our starting point, landed a beautiful rainbow trout within the first 15 minutes. Jordan had connected with something substantial in a run beneath an overhanging tree, though he lost it when his line got tangled in the branches. Ben and Drew had moved upstream and were methodically working their way through a series of smaller pools, while Trevor stayed near our gear and focused on a promising eddy where the current created a perfect feeding lane. I had waded out into the creek itself, working my fly rod in the shallow areas where I could see trout rising to take insects off the surface. The water was so clear that I could watch the fish react to my fly, adjusting my technique based on their behavior. It was technical, engaging fishing that required complete focus, exactly what I'd been craving after months of predictable fishing at Miller's Pond. For the first hour, everything was perfect. The creek lived up to every positive review we'd read on FishBrain. The fish were active, the scenery was spectacular, and the challenge of reading new water and adapting our techniques kept all of us engaged and excited. Then the sound started. It began as something subtle, just the occasional snap of a branch or rustle of leaves from somewhere in the forest around us. At first, none of us paid much attention. We were in the middle of wilderness area, after all, and the presence of wildlife was not only expected but part of the appeal. Deer, squirrels, birds, maybe even black bears, all of these were common in the region, and the sounds we were hearing seemed consistent with normal animal activity. But as the morning progressed, the disturbances became more frequent and seemed to follow a pattern that was increasingly difficult to dismiss as coincidental. I was in the middle of working a particularly promising pool when I heard what sounded like footsteps in the forest behind me. Not the quick, light steps of a deer or the scurrying of smaller animals, but the deliberate, measured pace of something large moving through the undergrowth. I paused my casting and turned to look, but the forest was too dense to see more than 20 or 30 feet in any direction. "Hey, Tyler," I called out. "You moving around up there?" "No, I'm still in the same spot," he replied from downstream. "Why?" "Just thought I heard someone walking around behind us. Probably just a deer. They're everywhere up here." That explanation satisfied me for the moment, and I went back to fishing. But over the next 30 minutes, the sounds continued and began to take on characteristics that were harder to explain away as normal wildlife activity. The footsteps seemed to move in parallel with us as we worked our way upstream. When we stopped, they stopped. When we moved to a new location, they resumed. It was as if something was following our progress along the creek, staying just out of sight but maintaining a constant distance. "Are you guys hearing this too?" Jordan asked during a brief break in the fishing action. He was looking nervously at the tree line, his rod forgotten in his hands. "The footsteps?" Ben replied. "Yeah, I've been hearing them for the last 20 minutes. It's weird how they seem to match our movement." "Animals do that sometimes," Drew said, but his voice lacked conviction. "They're curious about humans. Maybe it's just trying to figure out what we are." But even as he said it, we all knew that the explanation didn't quite fit what we were experiencing. The sounds were too consistent, too deliberate, too clearly focused on our location. Wild animals might be curious about human presence, but they typically either approached for a closer look or moved away to avoid contact. They didn't typically maintain a steady parallel course for extended periods. Trevor, who had been quiet during this exchange, suddenly spoke up. "There's something else. I've been watching for game trails and other signs of animal activity, and I'm not seeing much. No deer tracks, no scat, no browsing damage on the vegetation. For an area that's supposed to have a lot of wildlife, it's surprisingly empty." That observation sent a new chill through the group. Trevor had grown up hunting with his father and knew how to read the signs of animal presence in the forest. If he was saying that the normal indicators of wildlife weren't there, it meant that either the animals had learned to avoid this area for some reason, or something had caused them to relocate. "Maybe we're overthinking this," I suggested, though I didn't really believe it myself. "Let's just stick together a little closer and keep fishing. We came here to catch trout, and the fishing has been amazing." We tried to return to our normal routine, but the atmosphere had changed. Where before we had been relaxed and focused on the technical aspects of fishing, now we found ourselves constantly glancing over our shoulders and listening for sounds that might not belong. The jokes and casual conversation that usually accompanied our fishing trips had been replaced by a tense awareness of our surroundings. The sounds in the forest continued, sometimes fading away for 10 or 15 minutes at a time before resuming with renewed intensity. It was during one of these quiet periods that we heard something that made all of us stop what we were doing and look at each other with genuine alarm. From somewhere upstream, maybe 200 yards away, came the unmistakable sound of a human voice. It was faint and indistinct, more like the cadence and rhythm of human speech than actual words we could understand. But there was no mistaking it for any kind of natural sound. Someone else was in the forest with us, and they were close enough that we could hear them talking. "Did you guys hear that?" Ben asked unnecessarily. We had all heard it. "Should we go check it out?" Tyler suggested. "Maybe it's other hikers who got lost or need help." But even as he said it, something about the voice didn't seem right. It was too regular, too repetitive, like someone reciting the same words over and over again. And there was only one voice, no conversation, no indication of multiple people, just that single, steady stream of incomprehensible speech. Let's give it a few minutes, I decided. If there are other hikers, they'll either move on or come this way eventually. If they need help, they'll call out more clearly. We waited, listening intently, but the voice faded away without coming any closer. For the next half hour, the forest around us was quieter than it had been all morning. Even the normal birdsong seemed muted, as if the entire ecosystem was holding back and waiting for something to happen. It was during this period of unnatural quiet that the real horror began. The voice, when it came back, was different. Instead of the indistinct murmuring we'd heard earlier, this time the words were clear, recognizable, and absolutely terrifying. "Guys, come here." It was Ben's voice, perfect in every detail. The same tone, the same inflection, even the same slight accent that came from growing up in our small town. But Ben was standing right next to me, his face gone pale as he heard his own voice calling to us from somewhere deep in the forest. We all froze. Tyler's rod slipped from his hands and clattered against the rocks. Jordan took an involuntary step backward, nearly losing his footing on the slippery creek bottom. Drew grabbed onto Trevor's arm, as if to confirm that what we were hearing was really happening. "That wasn't me," Ben whispered, though his statement was completely unnecessary. We could all see him standing there, mouth slightly open in shock, staring in the direction the voice had come from. "Guys, come here," the voice repeated, identical to the first time. Same words, same intonation, like a recording being played back. "What the hell is that?" Tyler managed to ask, his voice barely audible. None of us had an answer. The logical part of my brain was scrambling for explanations. Cell phone audio, some kind of electronic device, maybe even other hikers playing a cruel prank. But the voice had been too perfect, too exact. It wasn't just someone doing an impression of Ben's voice. It was Ben's voice, captured and repeated with impossible precision. "We need to get out of here," Drew said, already starting to pack up his gear with shaky hands. But before any of us could respond, the voice came again. This time it was Trevor's voice, calling from a completely different direction. Lincoln heard himself too. The words made no sense. There was no Lincoln in our group. But the voice was unmistakably Trevor's. Same vocal patterns. Same slight rasp that came from years of seasonal allergies. Trevor himself was standing 3 feet away from me, his face a mask of confusion and growing fear. "How is this possible?" he asked. But his question was answered immediately by the sound of his own voice echoing back from the forest. "How is this possible?" That's when I realized what was happening, and the understanding hit me like a physical blow. Something in the forest was listening to us, learning our voices and playing them back, not just mimicking the sound, but capturing and reproducing our exact speech patterns with perfect accuracy. "Everyone shut up," I hissed. "Don't say anything else." We stood in complete silence for several minutes, barely breathing, listening to the forest around us. The normal sounds of running water and rustling leaves seemed amplified in the absence of human speech. But underneath those natural sounds, I could swear I heard something else. A subtle scratching or scraping, like something moving through the undergrowth while trying to remain quiet. Then Jordan's voice came from upstream. "We need to get out of here." The exact words Drew had spoken moments before, but in Jordan's voice. Perfect reproduction, perfect timing. Like something had been waiting for the right moment to demonstrate that it had been listening to everything we said. That broke our resolve to remain silent. Drew started shoving gear into his backpack with frantic energy. Tyler began breaking down his rod with hands that shook so badly he could barely manage the simple task. Ben kept looking around the forest, as if he expected to see something emerge from the trees at any moment. "We're leaving," Trevor announced in a voice that was trying to sound authoritative but came out high and strained. "Right now, everyone pack up everything and we're going back to the car." But as soon as he said it, we heard the words repeated from multiple directions around us. "We're leaving, right now. Everyone pack up everything and we're going back to the car." First in Trevor's voice from upstream, then in Ben's voice from across the creek, then in my own voice from somewhere behind us. The same words spoken in perfect reproduction of our own speech patterns, coming from locations that would be impossible for any normal person to reach in the time that had elapsed. The forest around us had become an echo chamber of our own voices, all speaking words we had actually said, but coming from directions where none of us were standing. "Move," I said, shouldering my pack and starting toward the trail. "Don't talk, just move." We half ran, half stumbled back toward the first creek crossing, abandoning any pretense of normal hiking pace. Behind us, our own voices continued to echo through the forest. "Move. Don't talk. Just move." What the hell is that? We need to get out of here. How is this possible? The voices followed us as we made our way along the trail, always staying just out of sight but maintaining a constant presence. Sometimes multiple voices would speak at once, creating a surreal chorus of our own words spoken back to us from the darkness between the trees. At the first creek crossing, Tyler slipped on the wet rocks and went down hard, soaking himself up to the waist in the frigid water. Normally, this would have been the source of jokes and laughter from the rest of us. Instead, we hauled him up and kept moving, driven by a terror that none of us completely understood, but all of us felt with absolute certainty. "Tyler's hurt," came Jordan's voice from somewhere behind us. "We should help him." But Jordan was right next to me, and Tyler was already back on his feet and moving. The voice was trying to get us to stop, to turn around, to go back toward whatever was speaking with our voices. We kept moving. The trail back seemed longer than it had during our morning hike, every turn revealing more forest that stretched endlessly ahead of us. Our pace had settled into a fast walk rather than the panicked run we'd started with, but the tension in the group was increasing rather than decreasing as we put distance between ourselves and the creek. The voices had stopped following us after we crossed the second creek, but somehow their absence was more disturbing than their presence had been. At least when we could hear them, we knew where the threat was located. Now we were hiking through forest that felt completely hostile, knowing that something was out there but having no way to track its location or intentions. Tyler's fall into the creek had left him soaked and shivering, despite the relatively warm morning temperature. His teeth were chattering, and he kept stumbling on sections of trail that should have been easy to navigate. The combination of cold and adrenaline was taking a toll on his coordination and judgment. "We need to stop and get Tyler warmed up," Drew said during a brief pause to check our location on the trail map. "No," Tyler replied immediately. "I'm fine. Let's just get back to the car." But even as he said it, his voice came echoing back from the forest around us. "I'm fine. Let's just get back to the car." Not Tyler's current voice, strained and shaky from cold and fear, but his normal voice from earlier in the morning when he had been relaxed and confident. The thing in the forest was still with us, still listening, still learning. "It followed us," Ben said, the words coming out as barely more than a whisper. Those words, too, were immediately echoed back from multiple directions. It followed us. We resumed hiking with renewed urgency, but now the forest itself seemed to be working against us. Branches that I didn't remember from the morning hike caught at our backpacks and fishing rods. Rocks that had been stable on our way in now shifted underfoot, threatening to send us tumbling. The trail itself seemed less clear, with blue blazes that appeared to be missing or faded in crucial locations. "Are we on the right trail?" Jordan asked, consulting his phone and finding no GPS signal. "Are we on the right trail?" came the immediate response from somewhere ahead of us. But this time the voice wasn't quite right. It was Jordan's voice, but there was something mechanical about it, as if it were being played through a speaker rather than spoken by a human throat. The mimicry was becoming less perfect, more obviously artificial. "It's getting worse at copying us," I observed. "It's getting worse at copying us," came the reply, but this time in multiple voices simultaneously, a horrifying chorus of our own speech patterns layered on top of each other until they became almost unintelligible. That's when I realized what was happening. The thing in the forest wasn't just learning our voices. It was learning how to use them. What had started as simple repetition was evolving into something more complex and more threatening. It was beginning to experiment with combinations of our words, trying to create new sentences from the vocabulary it had collected. "Don't say anything else," I warned the group. "It's learning from everything we say." But the warning came too late. Our voices began speaking from the forest around us in combinations we had never used. "Tyler's hurt. How is this possible? We need to get out." Are we on the right trail? Everyone pack up. Don't say anything else. The sentences were grammatically correct, but contextually wrong, like someone learning a language from a textbook but not understanding how the words were actually supposed to fit together. The effect was deeply unsettling, creating a sense that something alien was attempting to understand human communication and failing in ways that revealed its fundamental otherness. We reached the halfway point of our return hike, a small clearing where the trail split to accommodate hikers heading to different destinations, and paused to regroup. Tyler was in bad shape, his lips slightly blue, and his coordination noticeably impaired. Drew was checking his phone obsessively, hoping for cell signal that never appeared. Ben and Jordan kept looking back the way we had come, as if expecting to see something pursuing us through the trees. "How much further?" Trevor asked, consulting the trail map. The question was answered not by any of us, but by a voice from the forest that sounded like a combination of all our voices speaking at once. "How much further to the car where Tyler needs help because it followed us?" The sentence structure was wrong, the word choice was wrong, but the meaning was clear enough to send a new wave of terror through our group. Whatever was speaking had been listening to everything we'd said throughout the morning and was now trying to create new communications from the pieces it had collected. More disturbing was the implication that it knew our destination. It had somehow determined that we were heading to a car, and it seemed to understand that Tyler was in distress. This wasn't just mimicry. It was analysis and comprehension. 2 miles, I said, reading the trail marker and immediately regretting giving it new words to work with. 2 miles to help Tyler get warm where the car is waiting for us, came the response from multiple directions, the voice shifting between different members of our group mid-sentence. We started moving again, but now every step felt like we were walking deeper into a trap. The thing in the forest wasn't just following us. It was herding us, learning our patterns, and possibly preparing for something we couldn't anticipate. The trail began to descend more steeply as we approached the final section before the parking area. This should have been encouraging. We were getting close to our destination and to the safety of civilization. Instead, it felt like we were walking into the lowest point of a funnel, with whatever was hunting us positioned above and around us. "I can see the parking area," Trevor announced as we rounded a bend that opened up into a view of the gravel lot where we'd left the Honda Pilot. "I can see the parking area where we left the car this morning before hiking to catch trout in the creek," came the immediate response, but this time the voice seemed to be coming from the direction of the parking lot itself. It was waiting for us at our destination. The Honda Pilot sat exactly where we had left it, appearing completely normal in the late morning sunlight. The gravel parking area was still empty except for our vehicle, and everything looked precisely as it had when we'd arrived, full of excitement and anticipation just a few hours earlier. But now the sight of our car filled me with dread rather than relief. If the voice was coming from the direction of the parking lot, then whatever was mimicking us had either moved ahead of our position or had never been behind us at all. The implications of either possibility were terrifying. "It could be between us and the car," Drew said, voicing what we were all thinking. "It could be between us and the car," echoed our own voices from the forest around the parking area. We stopped at the edge of the tree line, 50 yards from the vehicle, trying to assess the situation. The parking area was open ground with no cover. If we made a run for the car, we'd be completely exposed for the entire distance. But staying in the forest meant remaining in the territory of whatever was hunting us. "Keys," Trevor said, patting his pockets. "Where are my keys?" He went through every pocket twice, his movements becoming increasingly frantic as he failed to locate the car keys. Without them, we were trapped regardless of what might be waiting between us and the vehicle. "Keys," came the echo from the forest, but this time followed by, "Where are my keys this morning before hiking to the creek?" "Check your backpack," Ben suggested. Trevor dumped the contents of his backpack onto the ground, scattering gear and supplies while searching for the keys. Wallet, phone, granola bars, first aid kit, but no keys. His face was pale and his hands were shaking as he went through everything a second time. "They're not here," he said. "I know I had them when we got out of the car." "They're not here when we got out of the car," the voices repeated from multiple locations around the parking area. That's when I noticed something that made my blood freeze. There were footprints in the gravel near the Honda Pilot, fresh footprints that hadn't been there when we'd parked. Someone had been at our car while we were hiking. "Look at the ground around the car," I said, pointing toward the vehicle. The others saw it too, clear impressions in the gravel showing that someone had walked around the entire vehicle, examining it from every angle. The footprints were too large to belong to any of us, and the tread pattern didn't match any of our hiking boots. "Someone's been here," Jordan said. "Someone's been here examining the car while we were hiking," came the response from somewhere near the vehicle itself. We were trapped. Our transportation was 50 yards away, but someone or something had already discovered it and was potentially waiting for us to approach. The keys were missing, which meant that even if we reached the car safely, we might not be able to leave. "We need to think about this," I said. "Maybe we should head back to the trail and try to find other hikers who can help us." But even as I suggested it, I realized how foolish the idea was. We hadn't seen any other people all morning, and the trail system was remote enough that we might not encounter anyone for hours or even days. Tyler was getting worse. His shivering had become more violent, and he was having trouble following our conversation. "Tyler needs medical attention," Ben said. "We can't wait around here indefinitely." "We can't wait around here for Tyler who needs medical attention," the voices responded. But this time, there was something different about them. They were clearer, more focused, as if whatever was speaking was getting better at combining our words into coherent statements. Trevor made the decision for all of us. "We're going for the car, all together, fast as we can. If someone's waiting there, at least we'll all be together to deal with it." He started toward the parking area before any of us could object, moving at a fast walk that quickly accelerated into a run. The rest of us followed, abandoning any attempt at stealth or caution. If something was going to happen, it was going to happen now. The 50 yards to the car felt like 500. Every step across the open gravel seemed to take forever, and I kept expecting to hear footsteps behind us or see something emerge from the tree line. But we reached the Honda Pilot without incident, gathering around the driver's door while Trevor searched his pockets one more time for keys that weren't there. "Check inside the car," Drew suggested. "Maybe you left them in the ignition." Trevor cupped his hands against the driver's side window and peered inside. His expression changed from desperation to confusion to something approaching relief. "They're there," he said. "The keys are in the ignition." "That's impossible," Jordan said. "You locked the car when we got out." But Trevor was already trying the door handle, and it opened easily. The car was unlocked, the keys were in the ignition, and everything appeared normal except for the fact that none of us remembered leaving it that way. "Get in," I said. "We'll figure it out later." We threw our gear into the back and piled into the vehicle, Tyler claiming the front passenger seat where he could get the most benefit from the heater. Trevor turned the key and the engine started immediately. As we pulled out of the parking area and onto the road that would take us back to civilization, our own voices called after us from the forest. "Get in the car where the keys are waiting for Tyler who needs help. We'll figure it out later when we get back to town. Check inside the car that's unlocked this morning." The sentences were becoming more sophisticated, more contextually appropriate. Whatever was in that forest was learning fast, and the thought of what it might be capable of by the time other hikers encountered it made me sick to my stomach. We drove in complete silence for the first 20 minutes, each of us lost in our own thoughts about what had just happened. Tyler gradually stopped shivering as the car's heater warmed him up, but his face remained pale, and he kept glancing nervously at the mirrors as if expecting to see something following us. It wasn't until we reached the main highway that anyone spoke. "We need to report this," Ben said. "Other people hike that trail. They need to know there's something dangerous up there." "Report what exactly?" Drew asked. "That we heard voices in the forest? That something was copying the way we talk? Who's going to believe that?" It was a fair question. The story sounded insane even to us, and we had lived through it. Law enforcement would likely assume we had been pranked by other hikers, or that we had misinterpreted natural sounds due to paranoia and isolation. "What about the footprints around the car?" Jordan suggested. "And the missing keys that somehow ended up in the ignition?" Those were concrete, physical evidence that something unusual had occurred. But they could also be explained by human activity. Someone could have found Trevor's dropped keys and put them in the car as a good deed, or the footprints could have belonged to maintenance workers or other legitimate visitors to the area. "I'm calling the ranger station," Trevor decided, pulling out his phone now that we had cell service again. At minimum, they should know that people are having unusual experiences on that trail. He made the call, speaking to someone at the local Forest Service office and providing a carefully edited version of our experience. He mentioned hearing voices that seemed to be following us, finding evidence that someone had been at our vehicle, and feeling unsafe enough to cut our trip short. He avoided mentioning the voice mimicry, which was the most unbelievable part of our story. The ranger he spoke with was polite and professional, taking down our information and promising to have someone check the trail within the next few days. She mentioned that they occasionally received reports of unusual activity in remote areas, usually involving people who were under stress or inexperienced in wilderness settings. She thinks we're city kids who got spooked by normal forest sounds, Trevor reported after ending the call. But I knew what we had experienced wasn't normal, and as the days passed, my certainty about that only increased. I found myself researching similar incidents online, looking for other reports of voice mimicry in wilderness areas. What I found was disturbing. There were scattered accounts going back decades of hikers and campers reporting voices that seemed to copy human speech patterns. Most were dismissed as hoaxes or misunderstandings, but the consistency of the details across different times and locations was striking. People described the same progression we had experienced, first hearing indistinct voices, then perfect mimicry of their own speech, then increasingly sophisticated attempts to combine their words into new sentences. The most disturbing reports came from areas where search and rescue teams had been called to look for missing hikers. In several cases, other hikers had reported hearing the voices of the missing people, calling for help from locations where no one was found. The missing hikers were sometimes located days later in completely different areas, with no memory of how they had gotten there. I shared my research with the others during a group video call a week after our experience. None of us had been sleeping well, and we all admitted to feeling anxious and unsettled in ways that we couldn't fully explain. "So, what do you think it was?" Tyler asked. He had recovered physically from his exposure to the cold creek water, but like the rest of us, he was struggling with the psychological impact of what we had encountered. "I think it was human," I said. "Someone with technology that could record and play back our voices with perfect accuracy. Someone who has been using that trail to target hikers." It was the most rational explanation I could come up with, though it didn't fully account for everything we had experienced. The speed with which our voices had been recorded and played back, the ability to combine our words into new sentences, the apparent coordination of sounds from multiple locations, all of these suggested technology more sophisticated than anything I knew to be available to civilians. "But why?" Ben asked. "What would be the point?" "Maybe to separate people from groups," Drew suggested. "If you can mimic someone's voice and make it sound like they're calling for help from a different location, you could potentially lure their friends away from safety." The implication was horrifying. If someone was using advanced voice mimicry technology to hunt hikers in remote areas, then other people were in immediate danger. Our escape might have been successful, but the next group to encounter this threat might not be so fortunate. "We need to do more than just report it to the Forest Service," I said. "We need to make sure this information gets to people who will take it seriously and investigate properly." Over the following weeks, we contacted local law enforcement, state police, and even the FBI field office in our region. Most of these contacts resulted in polite but dismissive responses. Without concrete evidence or a specific crime to investigate, there was little that official agencies could or would do based on our report alone. But we also reached out to hiking forums, local outdoor clubs, and social media groups focused on wilderness safety. Here, our warnings found a more receptive audience. Other hikers shared similar experiences, adding details that supported our account and filling in gaps in the pattern of incidents. A picture began to emerge of organized predatory activity targeting remote hiking areas throughout our region. The voice mimicry was just one technique being used. Other reports mentioned false trail markers, deliberately damaged bridges and trail infrastructure, and evidence of camps hidden in areas where no camping was supposed to occur. 6 months later, a joint task force of state and federal law enforcement arrested 3 individuals who had been operating an elaborate scheme to rob and kidnap hikers in remote wilderness areas. They had been using military-grade electronic surveillance equipment to monitor hikers' conversations and then employing sophisticated audio technology to play back recorded voices in order to separate people from their groups. When the details of their operation became public, our experience finally made complete sense. We had encountered the early stages of a hunting pattern that had successfully victimized at least a dozen other hikers over a period of several years. Our escape had been successful not because we were particularly clever or brave, but because we had recognized the threat early enough to respond appropriately. The technology they had been using was indeed far more advanced than anything available to typical civilians. Military surplus equipment obtained through black market channels and modified for their specific purposes. Their operation had been sophisticated enough to avoid detection for years, and it might have continued indefinitely if they hadn't eventually targeted a group that included an off-duty police officer who recognized the tactical nature of what they were experiencing. Looking back, I realize how fortunate we were. The voices in the forest that day were not supernatural or unexplainable. They were human predators using advanced technology to hunt other humans in locations where victims would be isolated and vulnerable. Our instinct to flee rather than investigate had literally saved our lives. The wilderness remains a place of beauty and recreation for millions of people, but it's also a place where human predators can operate with relative impunity. The incident taught me that the most dangerous creatures in the forest are not bears or wolves, but the humans who have learned to exploit our assumptions about safety and isolation. I still go fishing with my friends, but we're more cautious now about remote locations. We inform multiple people about our plans, carry reliable communication equipment, and most importantly, we trust our instincts when something feels wrong. The voices in the forest that day were a warning that we were fortunate enough to heed in time. The memory of hearing our own voices calling to us from the darkness between the trees will stay with me for the rest of my life. Not because it was supernatural or mysterious, but because it was human intelligence turned toward predatory purposes, and because I now understand how easily it could have ended very differently for all of us. Every summer, our family gathers for what we call family camp. When I was young, we'd pitch tents and rough it in sleeping bags. But now that we're older with kids of our own, creature comforts have become necessary. This year, the summer of 2017, we discovered an isolated lodge buried deep in the northern British Columbia mountains. The price was reasonable, the photos looked stunning, and best of all, we'd have complete privacy, no other guests, just us and the wilderness. The drive took nearly 7 hours, the last two on increasingly narrow dirt roads that wound through dense pine forests. My husband Thomas drove while I studied the printed directions, my finger tracing our route on the crumpled map. Our teenage son Brandon sat in the back with his headphones on, occasionally looking up to watch the trees grow thicker and taller. The deeper we ventured, the more the sunlight struggled to penetrate the canopy above. When we finally arrived, the lodge exceeded our expectations. It was a beautiful log structure with a wraparound deck overlooking a pristine mountain lake. Several smaller cabins dotted the property, each one private and tucked among the trees. The owner, an older gentleman named Mr. Peterson, met us briefly to hand over the keys and give us a quick tour. He seemed eager to leave, mentioning something about getting back before dark, and was gone within 15 minutes. As I unpacked our things in the cabin we'd chosen, the one closest to the main lodge, I felt a strange sensation crawl across my skin. It wasn't quite fear, not yet, but an awareness, the kind of feeling you get when you realize you've forgotten something important but can't remember what. I shook it off, attributing it to exhaustion from the long drive and my tendency toward paranoia in unfamiliar places. I have a history with the woods. Several years ago I had experiences I couldn't explain. Massive shapes moving between trees, sounds that belonged to nothing I could identify, tracks that defied logic. I've kept those encounters to myself mostly, sharing them only with Thomas, who listened but never quite believed. So when odd things began happening at the lodge, my first instinct was to rationalize them away. I didn't want to be that person again, the one everyone rolls their eyes at during family gatherings. That first evening, as we gathered for dinner on the main lodge's expansive deck, I noticed something that made my stomach tighten. The forest around us was silent, completely silent. No bird calls, no rustling of small animals, no buzzing insects, just the gentle lap of water against the shore and our own voices. I looked out across the lake, watching the way the setting sun painted the water orange and red. and felt eyes on me. When I turned to scan the tree line, I saw nothing but shadows deepening between the trunks. "You okay?" my sister Diane asked, noticing my distraction. "Yeah, just tired," I lied, forcing a smile. "It's beautiful here, isn't it?" She agreed, but I caught her glancing nervously at the woods too. Maybe I wasn't the only one feeling it. The next morning dawned gray and humid. A thick mist hung over the lake, obscuring the far shore and the small island that sat about 200 yards from our dock. Brandon was up early, eager to try out the kayaks that came with the rental. I watched from the cabin window as he dragged one of the bright yellow boats to the water's edge and pushed off, his paddle cutting smooth strokes through the still surface. I made coffee and sat on the deck, keeping an eye on him as he grew smaller in the distance. The mist was lifting slowly, revealing more of the lake. It was peaceful, almost hypnotic, watching the fog burn away. But that peace shattered when I saw Brandon suddenly stop paddling. Even from this distance, I could see his posture change, his shoulders tensing. He turned the kayak around with quick, jerky movements and began paddling back rapidly. Not the leisurely pace he'd left with, but fast, urgent strokes that sent water splashing. I stood up, my heart beginning to pound. Something was wrong. When he reached the shore, his face was pale, his breathing heavy from exertion and something else. Fear. My 16-year-old son, who'd hunted deer and elk since he was 12, who never spooked easily, looked genuinely frightened. "What happened?" I asked, helping him pull the kayak onto the shore. He glanced back at the island, now fully visible as the last of the mist dissipated. "There's something over there," he said quietly. "By the island, in the trees." "What kind of something?" "I don't know. I heard it first. Branches breaking, something moving through the brush. Heavy. I thought maybe it was a bear, so I stopped to look. But then," he paused, his jaw working. "Then I heard it move from one side of the island to the other. Fast. Too fast for a bear. And it sounded bigger. The trees were shaking." "Could it have been a deer?" I suggested, though my gut already knew better. Brandon looked at me with complete certainty. "Mom, I know what a deer sounds like. This wasn't a deer. This was something big, and it didn't want me there. I could feel it watching me." The way he said it, that phrase, "I could feel it watching me," sent ice through my veins. Because I'd felt it too. I'd been feeling it since we arrived. Thomas emerged from the cabin, coffee in hand, and Brandon repeated his story. My husband listened with the same patient skepticism he'd shown when I'd told him about my own encounters years ago. He suggested it might have been a moose or perhaps an elk, both of which could sound quite large moving through underbrush. Brandon didn't argue, but I saw the look he gave me. He knew, and now I knew I wasn't imagining things. Later that morning, my mother and Thomas decided to take the motorboat out fishing. Mom loved to fish, and Thomas rarely came back empty-handed. My father often joked that Thomas could drop a line into a puddle and pull out a trout. They packed a cooler with drinks and sandwiches and headed out across the lake, their voices carrying across the water until they rounded a bend and disappeared from view. I spent the time with the kids organizing a game of cards in the main lodge while Diane and her husband went for a hike. The hours passed pleasantly enough, though I found myself repeatedly drawn to the windows, scanning the tree line. That feeling of being observed never fully left, just ebbed and flowed like a tide. When the boat returned in the early afternoon, I could tell immediately something was off. Thomas's usual post-fishing grin was absent, replaced by a tight-lipped expression that meant he was troubled. My mother looked equally disturbed as they tied up the boat and began unloading. "How was the fishing?" I called out, walking down to meet them. "We caught some," Thomas replied, his voice flat, "but we threw them all back." "Why? Did you not catch your limit?" "Come see," my mother said, gesturing to the cleaning station near the dock. They had kept one fish, apparently, to show us. It lay on the wooden surface, a decent-sized rainbow trout that should have been perfect for dinner. Thomas picked up his fillet knife and made the first cut. The smell hit me immediately, a putrid, rotten stench that had no business coming from a freshly caught fish. As he opened it up, my stomach turned. The inside was wrong. Instead of the clean pink flesh you'd expect, the meat was grayish and decomposing, and moving, writhing with white parasitic worms that seemed to fill every cavity of the fish's body. "They were all like this," Thomas said, his voice quiet. "Every single one we caught. We must have pulled in 8 or 9 fish, and every one of them was rotting from the inside out." "How is that possible?" I asked, though I didn't really want to know the answer. "The water looks clean. They were swimming fine when you caught them." "Swimming normally," my mother confirmed. "You couldn't tell anything was wrong until we opened them up. I've been fishing for 40 years and I've never seen anything like this." Thomas disposed of the fish, wrapping it carefully before putting it in the trash. We all agreed. No fish from this lake would be consumed. Later that evening, I tried to push the incident from my mind, but it kept creeping back. Something was wrong with this place. The absence of wildlife, the rotting fish, Brandon's experience on the lake, the constant sensation of being watched. It was all adding up to something I didn't want to acknowledge. When I mentioned my concerns to Thomas that night as we prepared for bed, he sighed. "You're overthinking it," he said gently. "Yes, the fish thing was weird, but it's probably just a parasite bloom in the lake. It happens. And Brandon probably did hear something big. There are plenty of large animals in these mountains. You're letting your imagination run away with you." He meant it kindly, trying to ease my mind, but his words had the opposite effect. I knew he was keeping something from me, being deliberately calm so I wouldn't spiral into fear. Thomas knew me well enough to know that once I started seeing patterns, I couldn't unsee them. I didn't sleep well that night. The cabin was too quiet. No sounds from outside, no nocturnal animals moving about, no owls calling, just oppressive silence pressing against the walls. On the third day, the kids were getting restless from being cooped up around the lodge. The weather had improved, bright sunshine and a cool breeze, so we decided to take a walk up the logging road that led away from the property. It was a decent hike, winding upward through the forest, and we figured it would burn off some of their excess energy. We set out as a group: me, Thomas, Brandon, my brother's 2 kids, and my sister's daughter. The adults stayed back at the lodge, taking the opportunity for some quiet time. The road was well maintained, carved into the mountainside with the forest rising steeply on one side and falling away on the other. We'd been walking for maybe 20 minutes, the kids chattering and exploring the ditches on either side of the road, when Thomas suddenly stopped ahead of me. He was staring down into the ditch on the uphill side, his posture rigid. "Come look at this," he called to me, his voice strange, not quite scared, but definitely unsettled. I hurried over, and what I saw made my breath catch in my throat. There, pressed into the soft earth at the bottom of the ditch, was a footprint. But calling it a footprint felt inadequate. It was massive, easily 3 feet long and proportionally wide. The impression was deep, sunk into the soil at least 6 inches, indicating tremendous weight. The outline was humanoid, definitely a foot shape with visible toe impressions, but the scale was all wrong. "What could make that?" I whispered, though I already knew. I'd seen similar tracks before, years ago, during one of my encounters. Thomas was trying to work it out logically. "A bear print can get pretty big," he offered, but even as he said it, he was shaking his head. This was no bear print. The shape was wrong, and bears don't walk upright, leaving single deep impressions like this. What made it even more disturbing was the location. The road was carved into the hillside, with the uphill side rising sharply, at least 10 feet of near vertical earth before the forest began. I'm 5 feet 11 inches tall, and when I stood in the ditch, that wall of earth towered over me. Whatever made this print had dropped down from that height in a single leap, landed on one foot with enough force to sink deep into the ground, and then presumably leapt back up or continued on down the road. Thomas, ever the skeptic turning into a believer, decided to test if it was possible for a human to scale that wall. He tried to climb it, digging his hands and feet into the soft earth, but it was too loose. He slid back down, dirt cascading around him. "There's no way someone climbed this," he admitted, brushing off his pants. "It's too unstable." The kids had gathered around now, and I could see their excitement turning to unease as they processed what they were seeing. Brandon crouched down near the print, studying it carefully. "This was here recently," he said, pointing to the clean edges of the impression. "If this was old, the sides would have eroded. This happened in the last day or 2. A chill swept through me that had nothing to do with the breeze. Something huge had been on this road recently, walking the same path we were walking now. I looked up the road ahead of us, then back the way we'd come, suddenly very aware of how isolated we were. The forest pressed in on both sides, thick and impenetrable. "We should head back," I said, trying to keep my voice steady for the kids' sake. "It's getting close to lunchtime anyway." Thomas agreed readily, and I could tell he was more shaken than he wanted to admit. We turned around and headed back to the lodge, the walk passing in relative silence. The kids sensed our mood and stopped their chattering. Every rustle in the woods made us all jump slightly. That evening, I wanted to go back with a camera to document the print, but Thomas talked me out of it. "It'll be dark soon," he reasoned, "and if something did make that print, I don't want to be out there advertising our presence." He had a point, though it frustrated me. Part of me needed evidence, proof that I wasn't losing my mind. But the other part, the part that understood predators, knew Thomas was right. I woke before dawn on the fourth day, unable to remain still any longer. The bed in our cabin was uncomfortable, yes, but that wasn't really why I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt exposed, vulnerable. My ears strained for sounds outside, footsteps, breathing, anything that would confirm the presence I felt watching us. I slipped out of bed quietly, trying not to wake Thomas, and grabbed my camera. The sun was just beginning to lighten the eastern sky, turning it from black to deep purple. This was the magic hour for photography, and I thought maybe capturing some beauty would help calm my nerves. I stepped outside, and the cold morning air bit at my skin. The lodge grounds were silent and still. I walked toward the lake, camera in hand, hoping to catch some early morning waterfowl or perhaps an eagle. I'd noticed the bird shortage during our stay, another red flag, but surely something would appear at dawn. I was right. Within minutes, I spotted several small birds in a tree near the shore. They were chirping and flitting about, their songs breaking the silence pleasantly. I raised my camera, adjusting the lens, and waited for a good shot. The birds continued their morning chorus, and I felt myself relax slightly. This was normal. This was what wilderness was supposed to sound like. Then, all at once, the birds went quiet. Completely quiet. Mid-song, they simply stopped, and the silence that followed was deafening. My finger froze on the camera's shutter button. Every instinct in my body screamed at me that something was wrong. I lowered the camera slowly and stood perfectly still, listening. My hearing seemed to sharpen, picking up every tiny sound, the gentle lap of water on the shore, the creak of tree branches in a breeze I couldn't feel, and then something else, footsteps. Not the light patter of a small animal, but heavy, deliberate steps in gravel. The sound was coming from behind our cabin. Slow, measured footsteps crunching on the gravel path that ran along the back of the cabins. My first thought was that Thomas had somehow gotten out without me seeing him and was walking around the back, perhaps planning to jump out and scare me, one of his favorite pranks. I smiled despite my nervousness, turning to call out to him, but before I could speak, the cabin door opened, and Thomas emerged, stretching and yawning. He was wearing the same clothes he'd gone to bed in, his hair sticking up in every direction. "Hey," he said, spotting me. "You're up early." My mouth went dry. If Thomas was just now coming out of the cabin, who or what was walking behind it? "Thomas," I whispered urgently. "I just heard someone walking behind our cabin, right now, seconds ago." His expression changed instantly, sleep falling away. "You sure?" I heard footsteps in the gravel, heavy ones. I thought it was you. Without discussing it further, we moved together toward the back of our cabin. The gravel path was there, running between our cabin and the tree line, maybe 15 feet of open space. We walked slowly, scanning the ground for prints, looking for any sign of who or what had been there. Nothing. The gravel showed no obvious tracks, though it would be hard to leave clear impressions on the small stones. We split up, Thomas going right along the path while I went left. Both of us heading toward the forest's edge. I was acutely aware that we were being stupid, separating like this, but neither of us said it out loud. I reached the end of the path and was about to turn back when that sensation hit me again, stronger than ever. Being watched. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up and goosebumps raced down my arms. I turned to look back toward Thomas and froze. Behind him, maybe 40 feet into the forest, a large tree branch was moving. Not swaying in the wind, there was no wind, but bouncing up and down rhythmically, as if something massive was holding it down and releasing it. The branch was thick, probably 8 inches in diameter, and it bounced with such force that I could see the whole tree shaking. I watched, unable to speak or move, as the branch bounced 3, 4, 5 times, then stopped. The tree settled. Everything went still. "Thomas," I finally managed to call out. "Thomas, come back." He heard the urgency in my voice and jogged back to me. "What? Did you find something?" "Behind you in the trees. That big branch was moving. Something was making it move." He turned to look, but of course there was nothing now. The forest was perfectly still. He started to respond, probably to offer some logical explanation, but I cut him off. "I know what I saw. Something was there, and it was watching you. We need to go inside, now." The tone of my voice must have convinced him because he didn't argue. We walked quickly back to our cabin, and I made sure to lock the door behind us. Not that a lock would do much good, but it made me feel slightly better. Over coffee, we discussed what to do. Thomas was finally admitting that things were strange, though he still tried to rationalize each incident individually. But when I pointed out the pattern, the absence of animals, the rotting fish, Brandon's experience, the footprint, the footsteps, the moving branch, he couldn't deny that something was off. "Maybe we should consider leaving early," I suggested carefully. Thomas looked torn. "We can't. Your whole family is here. If we leave, we'll have to explain why, and you know how that will sound. Plus, we paid for the whole week." He was right. If I tried to explain my fears to my family, most of them would dismiss it as my overactive imagination. We decided to stay but agreed to be more careful. No more wandering off alone. No more early morning photography sessions. We'd stick together and tough it out for the remaining days. It seemed like a reasonable plan at the time. By the 5th day, the atmosphere around the lodge had shifted noticeably. Everyone seemed on edge, though most wouldn't admit it directly. We gathered on the main lodge deck in the afternoon, and the conversation eventually turned to the strange things we'd been experiencing. My sister Diane was the first to really open up. She looked uncomfortable, glancing at her husband before speaking. "Okay, I'm just going to say it. We've been seeing things outside our cabin window at night." "What kind of things?" I asked, trying to keep the eagerness out of my voice. "Shadows, shaped like people but completely black. They stand just outside the window, at the edge of where the porch light reaches. Every time I look directly at them, they move back into the darkness. At first, I thought it was my eyes playing tricks, but it's happened 3 nights in a row now." My mother, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly leaned forward. "I've seen those too, outside the lodge. I thought I was going crazy, so I didn't say anything." The relief on Diane's face was visible. They weren't alone in their experiences, and neither was I. Thomas cleared his throat and described something he'd witnessed the day before that he hadn't mentioned to me. "I was down by the shore," he began, "and I saw this thing in the air. It looked like a huge spider web, but it was floating. Not being carried by wind, actually floating, moving with purpose. It was maybe 4 feet across with this defined circular shape and strands hanging down from it. I could see through it, but it definitely had substance." "Spider babies," my brother James suggested. "When they hatch, they send out silk and float on the wind." "I know what that looks like," Thomas insisted. "This wasn't that. This was something else. It moved against the wind, and it had a pattern to it. Geometric, almost." We all sat in silence for a moment, processing this. James, who had been high for most of the trip, something he did to deal with anxiety, suddenly spoke up. "So I'm not just stoned out of my mind." "What do you mean?" I asked. "This whole place feels wrong. Like, physically wrong. I keep getting dizzy, like the ground is moving under me. At first I figured it was because I've been smoking too much, but if you guys are feeling weird too." Multiple people nodded. The sensation of unsteadiness, of being slightly off balance, had plagued most of us. We'd attributed it to various causes: poor sleep, altitude, stress. But hearing that we'd all experienced it made it clear something else was at play. "And the sounds," my mother added. "Has anyone else heard knocking, like someone hitting a tree with a baseball bat?" My heart jumped. I had heard it that morning but hadn't mentioned it. "Yes," I confirmed. "Multiple knocks coming from different directions." The conversation continued. each person adding their own strange observations. The constant feeling of being watched. The way sounds seemed to carry oddly, sometimes too far and sometimes not far enough. The complete absence of normal forest wildlife. Even the lodge's groundskeeper had seemed nervous and hurried during his brief visit. What disturbed me most was that these weren't hysterical people prone to flights of fancy. My family were practical, down-to-earth types. Diane was a nurse. James was an accountant. My mother had lived in rural areas her whole life. For all of them to admit something was wrong meant it truly was. We made a pact then. No one goes anywhere alone. We'd stick together for the remaining time, and we'd all leave first thing in the morning on our scheduled departure day. Just one more night to get through. As evening approached, the unease grew thicker. We all gathered in the main lodge for dinner, nobody wanting to be in their separate cabins. The kids picked up on our nervousness and became clingy and quiet. We tried to maintain a normal atmosphere, but it felt forced. The sixth day wore on with agonizing slowness. We were all eager to leave, but trying not to show it, especially in front of the kids. Thomas and I had put off packing until the evening, preferring to keep busy during the day rather than sit in our cabin dwelling on our fear. As the sun began to set, we finally made our way back to our cabin to gather our belongings. Brandon was with his cousins in the main lodge, and we could hear their laughter carrying across the property. It should have been comforting, but instead it just made me aware of how far away they were. We worked in silence at first, folding clothes and organizing bags. I was halfway through packing my toiletries when the smell hit me. It was overwhelming. A thick, putrid stench like rotting meat mixed with wet dog and something else I couldn't identify. Something musky and wild. "Oh God," I gagged, covering my nose. "What is that?" Thomas was bent over, putting items in our SUV. He stood up, looking confused. "What?" "That smell? You can't smell that?" He sniffed the air and shrugged. "I don't smell anything." "Are you kidding me? It's horrible. It smells like something died and then got left in a swamp." I walked closer to him, and the smell intensified. It was strongest near the car, near him. For a moment, I genuinely thought he'd had an accident. "Thomas, seriously, did you know?" "No." He looked offended. "I really don't smell anything." But as I watched, his expression changed. His eyes widened, and he started sniffing more deliberately. "Wait, now oh my God, what is that?" The smell had found him too, and his reaction confirmed I wasn't hallucinating. It was real, and it was strong enough to make both of us nauseous. The air felt thick with it, oppressive, and then we both felt it simultaneously, that sensation we'd come to dread. We weren't alone. The snap of a branch came from our left, somewhere in the trees. Not a small twig breaking, but something substantial. The sound of wood splintering under significant weight. Then another sound, this one from slightly closer, a deep thud, like something incredibly heavy striking a tree trunk. Thomas and I locked eyes. Every horror movie I'd ever seen flashed through my mind, particularly the scenes where people die because they investigated strange sounds instead of running. But this was real, and there was nowhere to run to. Our cabin was behind us, the main lodge was across the property, and between us and safety was whatever was making those sounds. "We need to go," Thomas said quietly, his voice tight with controlled fear. "Now. Main lodge. We left everything. Our half-packed bags, the car door open, all of it, and moved quickly toward the main lodge. Not quite running, because running might trigger a chase response, but walking as fast as we could without breaking into a sprint. The distance felt enormous, though it was probably only 100 yards. Another thud echoed behind us, this one powerful enough that I felt it vibrate through the ground. It was closer. Whatever was back there knew we were leaving, and it didn't like it. We reached the main lodge and burst through the door, startling everyone inside. My mother took one look at our faces and stood up. "What happened?" Thomas locked the door behind us. A futile gesture, really. But it made us feel slightly better. "There's something out there, in the woods behind our cabin. We heard it moving around and there was this smell." I was shaking now, the adrenaline catching up with me. Diane went to the window to look out, but I stopped her. "Don't," I said. "Don't look, just leave it alone." We told them what had happened, and nobody argued or tried to rationalize it away this time. The tension in the room was tangible. We were all scared, truly scared, and there was no point pretending otherwise. "We should have left days ago," Diane said quietly. "We're leaving first thing in the morning," I replied. "We pack up at first light and get out of here." That night, we all stayed in the main lodge. Nobody wanted to return to their individual cabins. We pushed furniture around to make sleeping arrangements, with the adults taking turns staying awake to watch the windows. The kids thought it was an adventure, a big sleepover, and we did our best to maintain that fiction. But those of us on watch duty saw things, shadows moving past the windows, shapes that were too tall and too broad to be anything we could identify. Once, around 2 in the morning, something massive walked past the side of the lodge. I could hear its footsteps on the gravel, the same heavy, deliberate footfalls I'd heard behind our cabin. It circled the lodge twice, then stopped at the back door. For 10 minutes, it stood there. I knew it was there because I could hear its breathing, deep, rumbling breaths that sounded almost mechanical. Thomas stood next to me, his hand gripping mine so tightly it hurt. We barely breathed ourselves, terrified that any sound would provoke it to try the door. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the footsteps moved away, retreating back into the forest, but the feeling of being watched never left. Whatever was out there knew we were in here, and it was patient. Dawn couldn't come fast enough. As soon as the first gray light appeared in the eastern sky, we started moving. Nobody suggested staying for breakfast or taking advantage of our last morning. We moved with quiet efficiency, gathering our things from the individual cabins in groups, nobody going anywhere alone. The morning revealed evidence of the night's visitors. In the soft earth around the lodge, we found tracks, massive footprints similar to the one we'd seen on the road, but these were everywhere. It had circled the lodge multiple times. There were also handprints on one of the windows, pressed against the glass from outside. They were huge, easily twice the size of Thomas's hands, with long fingers that left smudges on the pane. We loaded the cars in record time. Brandon helped carry bags without his usual complaining, his face pale and serious. Even the younger kids seemed to sense the urgency. We didn't speak much, just worked and kept glancing at the tree line. Mr. Peterson appeared as we were finishing, driving up in his pickup truck. He looked unsurprised to see us leaving, his face resigned. "Heading out early?" he asked, though it wasn't really a question. "Yes," I replied simply. I didn't offer an explanation, and he didn't ask for one. I did end up sending him an email later, once we were safely home. I detailed our experiences, not all of them, but enough. I expected him to dismiss it or offer mundane explanations. Instead, his response came within hours. "Thank you for letting me know," he wrote. "I'm sorry your stay was cut short. You're not the first guests to experience unusual activity on the property. Several groups have left early over the past few years, all reporting similar things: sounds in the night, the feeling of being watched, strange sightings. Some people don't notice anything at all, but others seem to attract attention. I don't advertise these incidents because the property is beautiful and most guests have wonderful stays, but I understand why you left, and I don't blame you. I hope your family is well, and I've refunded your last 2 nights." His email confirmed what we'd all known but didn't want to believe. Something lived in those woods. Something large, something intelligent, and something that didn't want us there. Whether it was what I suspected, what I'd encountered before, and what countless others have reported for generations, didn't really matter. What mattered was that we'd gotten out. The drive home felt longer than the drive there, but we didn't mind. Every mile between us and that place was a relief. We stopped in the first small town we came to, and had breakfast at a diner, the normalcy of pancakes and coffee and other people almost bringing me to tears. The next year, when it came time to plan our family camp, nobody suggested going back. We found a popular campground instead, one with lots of other campers, park rangers on duty, and cell phone service. It wasn't as private or as beautiful, but it was safe. I still think about that lodge sometimes, especially at night. I wonder if other families are there now, experiencing what we did. I wonder if they'll recognize the signs quickly enough, or if they'll rationalize them away until it's too late. And I wonder about what we encountered, whether it was curious, territorial, or something else entirely. Some questions are better left unanswered. Some places are better left undisturbed, and some experiences change you in ways you can't quite explain to people who weren't there. My family doesn't talk about it much, but I know they remember. I see it in their faces when someone suggests camping in remote areas. I hear it in the quick no when anyone mentions British Columbia. We went looking for peace and beauty in the wilderness, and we found something else entirely, something old and powerful and unknowable, and we were lucky, very lucky that it let us leave. Not everyone is that fortunate. This story takes place 11 years ago, when I was just 14 years old. I lived in a small, isolated town tucked away in the mountains of northwest North Carolina, where the fog rolled thick through the valleys every morning, and the nearest grocery store was a 30-minute drive away. My family, my father, mother, and younger brother, had recently moved into an old farmhouse that sat at the end of a winding country road. The move had been sudden, prompted by my father's new job at the lumber mill, and none of us had been prepared for just how remote our new home would be. I loved everything about our new location. Unlike our previous suburban neighborhood with its manicured lawns and chain-link fences, this place felt wild and untamed. Ancient oak trees surrounded our property, their gnarled branches reaching toward the sky like twisted fingers. At night, the darkness was absolute. No streetlights, no passing cars, just the sound of wind moving through the pines and the occasional howl of coyotes in the distance. Our nearest neighbor lived down a long gravel driveway that branched off from our road. His name was Dan, a weathered man in his late 60s who had lived in these mountains his entire life. The driveway to his house stretched nearly half a mile through dense woods, and you couldn't see his home from the main road at all. Dan was a solitary figure, but friendly enough when we encountered him. He had deep-set eyes that seemed to hold secrets about these woods, and his hands were calloused from decades of manual labor. One afternoon, shortly after we'd settled in, Dan stopped by our house with a basket of tomatoes from his garden. As my father talked with him on the porch, Dan mentioned that he owned over 200 acres of forested land that extended deep into the mountains. He told me I was welcome to explore his property, to hunt and hike as I pleased. Growing up in the Southeast, I had always felt a profound connection to the outdoors. It was in my blood, part of my identity. The invitation felt like a gift. Several weeks passed before I worked up the courage to take Dan up on his offer. It was a Saturday morning in early October, and the air had that crisp quality that signals the arrival of autumn. The leaves were just beginning to turn, painting the mountains in shades of amber and crimson. I decided this would be the perfect day to venture into the woods. My younger brother, who was 10 at the time, was initially resistant to the idea. He preferred video games and television to outdoor activities, and the thought of hiking through rough terrain didn't appeal to him. But I was persistent, and after nearly an hour of promising him we'd stop at the gas station for candy on the way back, he finally agreed to come along. We informed our parents of our plans over breakfast. My mother was hesitant, her brow furrowing with concern as she looked out the kitchen window toward the tree line. But my father, who had grown up in these very mountains, seemed unconcerned. He simply gave us a strict deadline. We needed to be back home before sunset, which would be around 6:30 p.m. That gave us roughly 8 hours to explore. I gathered my supplies carefully, a pair of binoculars that had belonged to my grandfather, a thick jacket in case the temperature dropped, and most importantly, my blaze orange hunting hat. This wasn't just a fashion choice, it was a safety necessity. Deer hunting season had opened in late September, and these woods would be full of hunters. The bright orange would ensure no one mistook us for game. I also packed 2 bottles of water and some granola bars. We didn't have cell phones back then, or rather, I didn't. They were just starting to become common among teenagers, but my family couldn't afford one yet. Not that it would have mattered much in these mountains anyway. The cell service was virtually non-existent, with the nearest tower miles away on the other side of the ridge. The walk down Dan's driveway took us 15 minutes. The gravel crunched beneath our boots, and I could hear my brother's breathing behind me, slightly labored from the incline. The driveway was bordered on both sides by thick undergrowth, honeysuckle vines tangled with wild blackberry bushes, creating an impenetrable wall of vegetation. It felt like walking through a tunnel, with the canopy overhead blocking out much of the morning sunlight. When we finally reached Dan's house, a modest cabin with a tin roof and a wraparound porch, we found him outside splitting firewood. The rhythmic thunk of his axe against wood echoed through the clearing. He paused when he saw us, wiping sweat from his forehead with a red bandana. "Going for a hike?" he asked, his voice gravelly from years of smoking. "Yes, sir," I replied. "Just wanted to let you know we'd be on your property." He nodded slowly, his eyes scanning the tree line behind his house. "Be careful out there," he said, and something in his tone made me pause. It wasn't just casual advice. There was weight to his words, a warning I didn't fully understand. These woods can be tricky, easy to get turned around. We thanked him and set off into the forest. The terrain was immediately challenging. This part of North Carolina is characterized by steep hills and deep valleys, and within minutes we were climbing at a 45-degree angle, grabbing onto saplings to pull ourselves up. My brother complained constantly, but I was exhilarated. The forest smelled incredible, a mixture of pine sap, damp earth, and decaying leaves. An hour into our hike, after we'd crested a particularly brutal hill, we stumbled upon something unexpected, a narrow path cutting through the undergrowth. It was barely visible, just a slight depression in the forest floor, where the vegetation grew less densely. But it was definitely man-made, intentional. "Should we follow it?" my brother asked, his voice uncertain. I hesitated. We'd been bushwhacking through thick brush for the past hour, and the idea of having an actual path to walk on was tempting. Besides, I was curious about where it led. Maybe it would take us to a good hunting spot, or perhaps to some scenic overlook. "Yeah," I said, "let's check it out." The path wound through the forest in serpentine curves, always maintaining the same general direction, deeper into the mountains, away from civilization. The trees here were different, older, massive pines that must have been growing for a century or more, their trunks so thick it would take 3 people holding hands to encircle them. The forest floor was carpeted with brown needles that muffled our footsteps. We had been walking for about 15 minutes when I noticed the deer stand. It was positioned about 20 feet up in a sturdy oak tree, constructed from weather-beaten plywood and 2x4s. What caught my attention immediately was the camouflage netting that had been carefully draped around the entire structure, making it nearly invisible from ground level. I only spotted it because a beam of sunlight happened to reflect off one of the nails. My brother wanted to keep moving, but my curiosity was overwhelming. Deer stands weren't uncommon in these woods, but something about this one felt different. It was too well hidden, too carefully concealed. Most hunters wanted their stands to be somewhat visible so they could find them again easily. This one seemed designed to avoid detection. "I'm going to climb up and take a look," I announced. The climb was more difficult than I'd anticipated. The wooden ladder rungs were slick with moss and morning dew, and several of them creaked ominously under my weight. When I finally pulled myself onto the platform, my heart was hammering from both exertion and a growing sense of unease. The stand was empty, which provided some relief. But as I settled onto the plywood platform and looked out through the camouflage netting, my breath caught in my throat. There, roughly 300 yards away through a gap in the trees, I could see a structure. At first I thought it might be another hunting cabin. Dan had mentioned there were a few scattered throughout his property. But as I raised my binoculars and focused on it, I realized this was something else entirely. "There's a house out there," I called down to my brother. "I want to get closer." "Are you crazy?" he shouted back. "We don't know who lives there." He had a point, but the structure looked abandoned from this distance, and I couldn't shake my curiosity. After some argument, my brother reluctantly agreed to continue, though I could tell he was becoming increasingly nervous. We left the path and bushwhacked in the direction of the structure. The going was rough. We had to navigate around a ravine choked with kudzu vines and push through stands of mountain laurel that seemed determined to block our way. About 100 yards from the deer stand, we encountered something that made us both stop dead in our tracks. It was a jeep, or rather, what remained of one. The vehicle sat off to the side of what appeared to be an even narrower path, one we hadn't noticed before. The jeep was ancient, its paint job faded to a mottled gray-green by years of exposure to the elements. All 4 tires were completely flat, and rust had eaten through the wheel wells and lower doors. Vines had begun growing through the engine compartment, and when I peered through the shattered driver's side window, I saw that the interior had been completely overtaken by mold. What struck me most was the location. We were miles from any road wide enough to accommodate a vehicle. How had this Jeep gotten all the way out here? Had there once been a road that had long since been reclaimed by the forest? Or had someone deliberately driven it to this remote location for reasons I couldn't fathom? Beyond the Jeep, the ground sloped sharply upward, a steep embankment that required us to use our hands as much as our feet to climb. At the top of this rise, breathing hard, we got our first clear view of the structure I'd seen from the deer stand. Calling it a house was generous. It was barely more than a shack, a ramshackle construction that looked like it might collapse in the next strong wind. The exterior walls were a patchwork of mismatched materials: weathered plywood, corrugated tin, even what appeared to be pieces of old highway signs nailed haphazardly in place. Every single window had been covered, not with curtains or blinds, but with newspaper pages that had yellowed with age and weather. Someone had used thick strips of duct tape to secure them, creating an airtight seal that made the structure look almost bunker-like. The roof was in terrible condition. A blue tarp had been stretched across roughly half of it, held in place by rocks and pieces of wood. The other half showed obvious holes where shingles had fallen away. The screen door hung crooked on its hinges, and more duct tape crisscrossed its surface. To the right of the shack sat an old swing set, the kind you might find in a backyard playground, but this one had been abandoned long ago. The swings were gone, leaving only rusted chains hanging from the crossbar. The metal frame had oxidized to a deep orange-brown, and the legs had sunk unevenly into the ground, causing the whole structure to lean at a precarious angle. Something about that swing set disturbed me deeply. The thought of children once playing in this desolate place. Then the smell hit us. It wasn't the stench of death or decay. I'd encountered dead animals in the woods before and knew what that smelled like. This was different, chemical in nature, sharp and acrid. It burned my nostrils and made my eyes water. I couldn't identify it, had never smelled anything quite like it before, but it triggered an instinctive alarm in my brain. This was the smell of something dangerous, something wrong. My brother grabbed my arm. "We need to leave," he whispered, his voice shaking. "Right now." I knew he was right, but my feet wouldn't move. I was frozen, staring at that newspaper-covered shack, trying to understand what I was seeing. Instead of listening to my brother's pleas, I began to circle the structure, staying low and moving as quietly as possible through the underbrush. I told myself I just wanted to see what was behind the building, that I'd only take a quick look and then we'd leave. But truthfully, something had taken hold of me, a morbid fascination that overrode my common sense. The rear of the property revealed even more disturbing details. A small camper trailer sat about 30 yards behind the main shack, and unlike the abandoned appearance of the house, this camper showed clear signs of current habitation. A battered pickup truck was parked beside it, the kind of old Ford that had probably been driven into the ground decades ago but somehow kept running through sheer stubbornness and duct tape. But what really caught my attention was the equipment scattered around the area. Dozens of large blue barrels, the kind that hold 50 gallons or more, were arranged in rough rows. Plastic tubes and hoses snaked between them, creating a complex network I couldn't begin to understand. There were several backpacks lying in the dirt, along with multiple coolers, some open and some sealed shut. Empty containers of what looked like drain cleaner and paint thinner were piled near the tree line. A thin plume of white smoke rose from somewhere near the camper, and I realized the chemical smell was emanating from that direction. It was much stronger here, so intense I could taste it in the back of my throat, bitter and metallic. That's when everything clicked into place. The isolated location, the concealed deer stand, providing a view of anyone approaching, the barrels and hoses and chemical smell, the newspapers covering the windows. I'd seen enough public service announcements at school and warnings from local law enforcement to recognize what I was looking at. These people were cooking methamphetamine. The realization hit me like a physical blow, and for a moment, I couldn't breathe. We weren't just trespassing on someone's property. We had stumbled onto an active drug laboratory, the kind of place where people carried guns and didn't ask questions before shooting. The kind of place where two kids could disappear and never be found. I turned to my brother, forcing my voice to remain calm, even though terror was clawing at my chest. "We need to leave right now. Walk backward slowly until we're behind that tree line, then we run." Understand?" His face had gone pale, and I could see he understood the danger even if he didn't fully grasp what we'd discovered. He nodded, his eyes wide. We had just started to back away when a voice shattered the silence. "Hey, hey you!" The shout came from the direction of the camper, and I spun around to see a figure standing in the doorway. Even from this distance, we were maybe 75 yards away. I could tell he was looking directly at us. He was pointing, his arm extended like an accusation. My first thought was that we were far enough away and hidden enough by the undergrowth that he couldn't possibly see us clearly. But then I remembered the bright orange hat on my head, practically glowing against the muted browns and greens of the forest. I might as well have been waving a flag. I yanked the hat off my head and stuffed it into my jacket pocket with shaking hands. When I looked up again, a second man had emerged from the camper. Both of them were shouting now, their words indistinct but the anger in their voices unmistakable. Then I saw what made my stomach drop. Both men were holding firearms. "Run," I said to my brother. Then, louder, "Run." We bolted. Behind us I heard more shouting, and then a new sound that made my blood freeze, the deep aggressive barking of a large dog. I risked a glance over my shoulder and saw them releasing the animal from a chain. It was massive, dark-colored, possibly a Rottweiler or Pit Bull mix. The dog lunged forward the moment it was free, pulling the men along as they gave chase. The men were screaming threats now, their voices echoing through the forest. I couldn't make out most of the words, but the ones I did catch made it clear what would happen if they caught us. My brother was running beside me, his face twisted in absolute terror, tears streaming down his cheeks. The terrain that had seemed merely challenging on our way in now felt like an impossible obstacle course. We crashed through underbrush, leaped over fallen logs, and scrambled down slopes that threatened to send us tumbling. Behind us, the dogs' barking grew louder, closer. The men were shouting directions to each other, coordinating their pursuit. My mind was racing, trying to calculate distances and angles. They were gaining on us, there was no question about that. The dog was faster than we could ever be, and the men knew these woods. We were running blindly while they were hunting us with purpose and experience. That's when I knew we couldn't outrun them, we had to hide. Up ahead I spotted a massive fallen oak tree lying perpendicular to our path. It must have come down in a storm years ago because it was enormous, at least 4 feet in diameter at the base. The root ball had torn out of the ground when it fell, creating a crater on one side. "There," I grabbed my brother's arm and pulled him toward the tree. "Get on the other side and press yourself against it, as tight as you can." He didn't argue, just scrambled around to the far side of the massive trunk and pressed himself into the depression where the tree met the ground. I could hear the dog getting closer. We had maybe 30 seconds at most. I ran in the opposite direction, toward a small creek I could hear babbling somewhere ahead. My lungs were burning, my legs screaming in protest, but I pushed harder. When I reached the creek, it was barely 6 feet across. I yanked the orange hat from my pocket and threw it as far as I could to the opposite bank. Then I turned and sprinted back to the fallen tree. I tucked myself in front of my brother, trying to shield him with my body, and began frantically piling leaves and small branches over us. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely grip anything. I could hear the dog now, close enough that its barking seemed to vibrate through my chest. The men's footsteps crunched through the undergrowth. We pressed ourselves against that tree and stopped breathing. The dog reached us first. I could hear it panting, could smell its breath. It ran right past us, not even 3 feet from where we lay hidden. The men followed seconds later, and I got my first clear look at them through the gaps in our camouflage of leaves. The one holding the dog's chain was tall and heavy-set, with long unkempt hair that fell past his shoulders. His beard was massive, a wild tangle of gray and black that covered most of his face. He wore filthy overalls and boots that looked like they hadn't been cleaned in months. The other man was shorter but more wiry, and he was the one carrying the rifle. They stopped less than 30 yards from our hiding spot, right at the edge of the creek. The dog had found my hat and was sniffing it intensely, whining and pulling at its chain. The shorter man picked up the hat, turning it over in his hands. "They can't be far," he said, his voice carrying clearly in the still air. We were right on top of them. The bearded man grunted, scanning the forest. For one terrible moment, his gaze seemed to linger on the fallen tree where we hid. My heart was pounding so hard I was certain he could hear it. My brother's hand found mine and I squeezed back, trying to send him some kind of reassurance I didn't feel. "Come on," the shorter man finally said. They had crossed the creek. Can't have gotten far. They started moving again, heading in the opposite direction from where we needed to go. The dog went with them reluctantly, still fixated on my hat. We waited, listening to the sound of their voices and the dog's barking fade into the distance. I counted to 300 in my head, forcing myself to wait even though every instinct screamed at me to run. When I finally couldn't stand it anymore, I carefully pushed aside the leaves covering us and looked around. The forest was empty, silent except for the normal sounds of birds and wind. "Come on," I whispered to my brother. Slowly, quietly, we extracted ourselves from our hiding spot and began moving back toward Dan's house. For the first 100 yards we walked carefully, placing each foot deliberately to avoid making noise. But once we'd put some distance between ourselves and the creek, we ran. We ran harder and longer than I thought possible. My lungs felt like they were filled with broken glass, and my legs had long since passed the point of pain into a kind of numb mechanical movement. But we didn't stop. We couldn't stop, not until we saw the tin roof of Dan's cabin through the trees. When we finally stumbled out of the woods into Dan's clearing, he was working in his barn, organizing tools on a pegboard. He turned when he heard us crashing through the undergrowth, and his weathered face immediately registered alarm. We must have looked like we'd seen the devil himself, mud-streaked, bleeding from numerous scratches, gasping for air, our eyes wild with residual terror. "You boys all right?" he asked, setting down his hammer and walking toward us. I wanted to tell him everything, to warn him about what was happening deep in his woods, but fear sealed my throat. What if the men somehow found out we'd told? What if they came looking for us? What if telling got us or our family hurt? "We're fine," I managed to gasp out. "Just got turned around, lost track of time." Dan studied us for a long moment, and I could tell he didn't believe me. But he didn't press the issue. Instead, he offered to drive us back up to our house, and we accepted gratefully, too exhausted and shaken to make the walk. The ride back took less than 5 minutes, but it felt like an eternity. My brother sat beside me in the back of Dan's truck, still trembling, still silent. When we pulled up to our house, we thanked Dan and hurried inside. We never told our parents what happened. Not that day, not for years afterward. We were terrified that if we admitted to what we'd seen, we'd get in trouble for going so far into the woods. We feared they'd never let us outside again. And more than anything, we were afraid of those men, afraid they might somehow find us, might come to our house in the middle of the night. It was only several years later, after I'd graduated high school and my brother was in college, that I finally told my father the truth. By that point, Dan had sold his property to developers. The entire forest had been logged, every tree cut down and hauled away. Where that shack and camper had once hidden in the dense woods, construction crews were now building expensive homes with 3-car garages and manicured lawns. My father listened to the story with a grave expression, then tried to reassure me that we'd probably just encountered hunters. But I knew better. I knew what we'd seen, what we'd stumbled into that day in the woods. We'd come face to face with something dark and dangerous, and only luck and quick thinking had saved us. Sometimes I drive past that development, with its uniform houses and neat sidewalks, and I think about what lies buried beneath all that suburban normalcy. The memories, the fear, the secrets that the forest once kept. And I wonder if the new homeowners ever smell something strange on certain days, ever feel an inexplicable unease when they walk through their backyards. These days, I still love hiking and hunting. The outdoors is still a part of who I am, but I'm more careful now. I understand that the woods can hold beauty and danger in equal measure, that not every path should be followed, and that sometimes the smart thing to do is turn back before you see what's waiting around the bend. I thank God we made it out of those woods that day, because I know deep in my bones that we very easily might not have. The old pickup truck bounced and rattled as Ranger Kai Begay navigated the narrow dirt road winding through Redwood National Park. Towering trees, some over 300 feet tall and 2,000 years old, cast long shadows across the path in the fading evening light. Kai had taken this job as a backcountry ranger to escape the stress and noise of modern life in the city. Out here among these ancient giants, he felt a deep sense of peace and connection to nature. After 20 minutes of driving, he arrived at the small log cabin that would serve as his home for the next 6 months. Nestled in a grove of sequoias, it had a rustic charm, a simple one-room structure with a wood-burning stove, kerosene lanterns, a cot, and little else. No power, no running water, no cell service, just solitude. Kai had grown up on the Navajo reservation in Arizona, learning the traditional ways of living in harmony with the land from his grandfather. Those lessons would serve him well out here. After unloading his gear and starting a fire in the stove to ward off the evening chill, Kai sat on the small porch sipping a mug of pine needle tea as he watched the sun sink below the treetops, the sky fading from orange to indigo. An owl hooted softly in the distance. Besides the crackle of the fire and the whisper of wind through the sequoia boughs, the night was silent. No traffic, no airplanes, no chatter of voices or hum of electronics. Just pristine wilderness as far as the eye could see. Or so it appeared on the surface. Something rustled in the brush nearby, jolting Kai from his thoughts. Probably just a raccoon or skunk, he told himself. Lots of wildlife in these woods. Still, a prickle ran down his spine, an ancestral instinct of being watched by unseen eyes. He shook it off and headed inside, barring the door behind him. It had been a long day of travel and orientation with his new job. He needed to get some rest before starting his ranger duties at first light. But sleep did not come easily that night. As he lay on the cot, the sounds of the forest seemed amplified. Every creak of a branch, every snap of a twig making him start. The wind rose to a ghostly moan, and he thought he heard, very faintly, what sounded like slow, heavy footsteps crunching through the undergrowth, circling the cabin, pausing, then circling again. Some large creature pacing just beyond the edge of the firelight spilling from the cabin's single window. It's just a bear or mountain lion, Kai told himself. Happens all the time. They smell food and come snooping around. Nothing to worry about. Even so, his hand closed around the bear spray he kept on the floor by the cot. He didn't fall asleep until the strange footfalls finally faded, melting back into the night from which they'd come. By morning, he had half convinced himself it had just been a dream, born of overtired nerves in an unfamiliar place. If only that were true. Kai's first few weeks as a backcountry ranger passed uneventfully. His daily routine involved hiking the vast network of trails, GPS mapping points of interest, clearing fallen trees and brush, and watching for signs of illegal hunting or camping. He loved the work, feeling more at home in the forest than he ever had in the city. In the stillness and self-reliance, he sensed himself growing calmer, stronger, more in tune with the rhythms of the natural world. And yet, that uncanny sensation of being observed never quite left him. Often while hiking, the back of his neck would prickle, and he'd spin around, expecting to see someone behind him on the path. But there was never anything there, just the trees and the birds and the endless green of the forest. At night he sometimes woke with a start, certain he had heard those heavy bipedal footsteps outside the cabin again. Holding his breath, he'd strain his ears against the silence. But by the time full consciousness returned, the phantom sounds always faded. An overactive imagination, that's all it was. The mind playing tricks in the absence of human company, and the constant stimuli of civilization. He'd spent enough time alone in the wilderness before to know how it could warp the senses. It wasn't until nearly a month after arriving that Kai's creeping unease coalesced into true alarm. He was exploring an unmapped section of the park, miles from any trails, when he stumbled across something he could not explain rationally. There, in a glade of redwoods, he found a series of massive human-like footprints sunken deep in the soft loam of the forest floor. But they were far larger than any man could have made, each print nearly 3 feet long. The stride between them was immense, showing whatever left them had been moving at great speed. They seemed to appear out of nowhere in the middle of the clearing, then disappeared just as abruptly after about 20 yards. Kai's heart raced as he crouched to examine the nearest print. The edges were ragged and mushy. Already eroding, they had to be at least a few days old. And yet, nothing had crossed this trackway since. No other boots or animal tracks overlay them. He knew the ground had not been disturbed before the last rainfall 5 days ago. So the prints had been made after that, in the brief window before he discovered them when he was the only human being for 30 miles. A chill rippled through Kai as he stood, turning a slow circle to scan the trees surrounding the clearing. It was deathly quiet, even the usual bird song fallen away. The hair on his nape stood up as he sensed the weight of an unseen gaze upon him. The shadows between the massive sequoia trunks suddenly looked more ominous, like black mouths ready to swallow him whole. Kai backed away from the impossible prints, every instinct screaming danger. He didn't stop to take a photo or cast the prints. He just turned and ran, crashing back through the undergrowth towards the safety of the trail and his truck parked at the trailhead. He felt the presence of something large bounding along behind him, heard the crack of broken branches as it gave chase. But he didn't look back, just kept running until his lungs burned and his vision tunneled. He practically threw himself into the truck, fumbling the keys and cursing. The tires spit gravel as he gunned the engine, racing the yawning dark back to the little cabin. Only there, with the door barred and locked, did he stop to catch his breath and try to process what he had seen. It couldn't be real, could it? Maybe his eyes had just exaggerated the size, missed some detail to explain it. He knew the legends, had heard them told since he was a boy. But those were just myths, scary stories to tell around the campfire, to entertain and explain the unknown. Bigfoot, Sasquatch, the Mogollon monster, they couldn't be anything more than that. Even as Kai tried to convince himself, he couldn't shake the sinking feeling in his gut. The memory of those prints, the sounds in the woods, the certainty of being stalked by something cunning and hungry. He barely slept at all that night, jumping at every noise, wondering what might be lurking just beyond the firelight. In the morning, he'd return with a camera, document it properly, take casts and record all the details. Then he could analyze it, bring others to verify what he'd seen, get some answers. But until the safety of daylight, he kept his gun and bear spray close, all senses on high alert. The most chilling question of all still whispered in the back of Kai's mind, though, insidious and unsettling. If those tracks belonged to a creature that wasn't supposed to exist, then what else was out there, hiding in the ancient forests? What other mysteries and monsters might call this place home? He shuddered at the thought. And all these desperate attempts at rationality were about to collapse in the face of a truth too terrible to comprehend. Dawn spread pale fingers through the sequoias as Kai hiked back towards the glade where he'd found the otherworldly footprints the day before. His boots crunched through the frosty fallen leaves, breath steaming in the frigid air. The forest seemed preternaturally still, even the usual squirrels and birds absent. An icy mist clung close to the ground, swirling around the bases of the towering redwood trunks. Kai forced himself to stop and take a deep, calming breath, reminding himself that he was a trained ranger. He knew these woods, knew how to navigate and survive here. Whatever had left those tracks, he would find an explanation. Even if it wasn't one he wanted to believe. The coordinates of yesterday's panicked flight were burned into his brain. He didn't need to rely on the GPS device as he retraced his path off trail, down the eastern slope, across the chattering stream, and through dense patches of huckleberry. The glade opened before him just as he remembered it. A rough circle about 50 yards across, sequoias ringing it like sentinels. He scanned the ground, searching for the enormous toe-printed impressions he'd seen before. But the earth was smooth, undisturbed, no sign of the impossible tracks. He must have gotten turned around, come out in the wrong spot. Kai crossed to the other side, widening his search. But no matter how carefully he looked, he found no traces, not a partial print, broken twig, or compressed leaf. It was as if the forest had erased all evidence overnight. Or more disturbingly, as if it had never been there at all. A drop of cold sweat trickled down Kai's spine. He knew what he'd seen. There was no mistaking it, and yet now, in the thin light of morning, he began to doubt himself. Had it just been a trick of the fading sun, a mirage conjured by too many hours alone in the vast woods? No, he wouldn't let himself start down that spiral. He was not imagining things. He would document his findings, or lack thereof, and report it once he returned to civilization. Let his superiors figure out what it meant. All he could do was continue to treat this like any other potential threat in the park. stay alert, gather data, and take precautions to keep himself and visitors safe. With that resolution, Kai tried to shake off the unease and continue on with his patrol as usual. But he couldn't escape the feeling of being watched, an itch between his shoulder blades as he turned his back to the empty glade. The mist seemed to wrap cold fingers around his ankles, trying to pull him down. He picked up his pace, suddenly eager to get back to the main trail. The rest of that day, and those that followed, took on a dreamlike quality. Kai went through the motions of his job, GPS tagging significant trees, clearing deadfall, posting trail signs. But under it all, a sick dread weighed heavier by the hour. Small things felt off, like the world had tilted 2 degrees into the uncanny valley when he wasn't looking. The woods were too quiet, the usual birdsong replaced by an ominous hush. He discovered a black bear carcass, torn apart with a violence far beyond any natural predator. The metallic stench of blood hung in the air for acres. Hiking past a boulder he'd mapped at least a dozen times, he found an enormous glyph carved into the stone, far too high for human hands to reach. The design was like nothing he'd seen before, all spirals and slashes and inhuman geometry that made his vision swim if he stared at it too long. Each night the noises outside the cabin grew louder, bolder, deep grunting and shrieking cries that made every hair on his body stand up. Heavy steps that seemed to pace the exact length of the walls, back and forth until dawn. He piled furniture against the door, kept the fire stoked to blinding, barely slept. After a week of this growing strangeness and gnawing dread, Kai knew he couldn't keep pretending all was fine. He radioed his supervisor, trying to keep his voice steady as he explained the events of the last month. The response was slow, laced with barely veiled concern. Not at the potential threats, but at Kai's mental state. Was he sure these things had happened? Couldn't the isolation be getting to him? Maybe he should come back to base, take some time to recuperate. Shame and frustration burned in Kai's throat. Of course they didn't believe him. He barely believed himself, except it was all too viscerally real to be just fatigue or imagination. If he left now, it would be giving up, letting that unseen presence win. He had to see this through, get proof that would be irrefutable. So he lied and said he was fine, just overtired. He'd take a day to catch up on sleep and be good as new. The worry in his boss's voice eased and he promised to check in soon. Clicking off the radio, Kai stared out the cabin window at the dark tree line. Shadows shifted between the trunks, hinting at massive forms slipping out of sight. He didn't know what he was up against. But he did know this. He wouldn't stop until he uncovered the truth, no matter how deep into the abyss it took him. The next evening, Kai sat cross-legged before the cabin's stone hearth, the low fire casting flickering shadows on the walls. The air hung heavy with pinyon smoke and a strange musky animal scent that made his nose itch. He closed his eyes, trying to center himself as he had been taught, breathing slow and even. In, hold out, pause, repeat. His awareness expanded beyond the room, the warmth of the fire becoming the heat of the noonday sun on red sandstone cliffs, the pungent tang of sage and juniper, the distant warble of a canyon wren and rumble of thunder over an endless stretch of rust-hued desert. When he opened his eyes again, he was no longer in the cabin. Instead, he sat before a smaller fire that popped and snapped, sparks swirling upwards to a vault of stars impossibly bright against the blue-black night. A man sat across from him, a wiry figure with a braid of gray hair falling over one shoulder. His weathered face was as creviced as the canyons, eyes glinting obsidian in the firelight. "Grandfather," Kai breathed. The old man nodded in greeting. "You called me, Kai. I heard your need even in the land beyond the veil." Hot tears pricked at Kai's eyes and the bands around his chest loosened. "Something is out there in the woods. I don't understand it. I'm afraid." "As you should be. The forests are home to mysteries beyond our knowing, spirits that were ancient when our most distant ancestors first walked this land." The old man stirred the fire with a long stick, the end glowing cherry red. Pungent herbs flared, sweet grass and sage, the sacred medicines. When he spoke again, his voice seemed to come from a great distance, whispering on the wind. "The Dano have always known of the one your people call Sasquatch. We named him Yeyitso, the big god. He is a guardian of the wildest places, a a reminder that there are powers beyond our control or comprehension. Kai leaned closer, the hair on his arms prickling. But I found its tracks. It's been stalking me, coming to my cabin at night. What does it want? Yukiso walks between worlds, physical and spiritual. He appears to only a few, the lost, the seekers, those who have a lesson to learn. Something in you calls to him. How do I make him stop? What if he wants to hurt me? Should I be trying to expose him, prove to everyone else that I'm not crazy? The questions poured out of Kai in a desperate torrent. The old man shook his head, face cast in grave lines. Forcing others to believe won't help them or you. Yu Yetsu reveals himself to you for a reason. He is not a beast to be caged or conquistador to plant a flag upon. He stood then, ancient bones creaking. The fire blazed up, burning away the desert night, until only the cabin walls remained. But grandfather's parting words echoed in Kai's mind. Conquer your fear, and open your eyes to the true nature of the wild. Only then will you understand what you were meant to find here and within yourself. Walk in beauty, my grandson. With a gasp, Kai jolted back into his body, tears streaking his face. The fire had burned down to embers. Hours must have passed, but it felt like only moments. He dragged a hand over his mouth, the salty tang of sweat and grief mingling on his tongue. Grandfather was right. He'd been going about this all wrong, approaching the phenomenon with a colonizer's mentality, to label and catalog and dominate, trying to deny the reality of his own experiences instead of seeking to understand. Something had called him to these woods, only to strip away his illusions and leave him humbled, raw and bruised but still breathing. Still here, Kai knew what he had to do now. No more running, no more hiding. He had been fighting against the very thing he came out here to find, a connection to something greater than himself, a truth that couldn't be measured or mapped, only experienced in the wordless depths of the soul. He would go back out into the woods, back to the place where it had all started. He would open himself to whatever waited there, let it show him what he was meant to learn, even if it terrified him, even if he risked never coming back at all. With shaking hands, Kai banked the coals in the hearth and shrugged into his thickest coat. He tucked grandfather's old buckskin medicine pouch under his shirt, the familiar weight and sage musk scent steadying him. Then he stepped out into the night, the door creaking shut behind, sounding terribly final. The fog swallowed him immediately, icy tendrils licking at his face. He switched on his headlamp, but the light seemed feeble, swallowed by the murk within a few feet. Still, his boots found the trail on pure muscle memory, carrying him down into the obsidian heart of the forest. He heard it long before he saw it, that creature, demon, spirit, god. The snap and crash of something unthinkably vast moving through the underbrush, not bothering to hide its presence anymore. Circling closer, herding him deeper into the dripping dark. It was toying with him, Kai realized. It had always been toying with him, luring him further from safety and sanity, waiting until his defenses cracked wide open. The way a coyote harried its prey, driving it to exhaustion. It could have taken him any time it wanted, at night in the cabin or out here alone under the whispering redwoods, but it had needed Kai to come to this place on his own free will, ready to surrender to whatever revelation awaited. The noises grew louder, breath sawing in Kai's heaving lungs. He broke into a loping run, headlamp beam bouncing crazily ahead. Roots grabbed at his ankles, dripping boughs slapped his face. Trying to hold him back or urge him onward, he wasn't sure anymore. All he knew was that he was close. So close to the cusp of a truth too immense for the human mind to grasp without shattering. The thought terrified and thrilled him, an almost sexual urgency coiling in his guts. He tasted copper and salt on his teeth, the stink of his own fierce sweat sharp in his nose. Seconds or hours blurred into a timeless, panting eternity. The crashing behind him swelled, drowning all thought. When he finally burst into the glade, he nearly wept in relief and dread. He stumbled to a halt in the center of the clearing, chest heaving as he wrenched his head around. The fog was almost opaque here, floating in spectral sheets. "I'm here," he screamed, barely recognizing the ragged voice as his own. "Show yourself." An avalanche of sound answered, underbrush exploding outward, duff flying, and then silence. a silence so absolute it was like a living thing, pressing in on all sides. Even Kai's own hammering pulse seemed to fade, swallowed by the nothingness. Slowly, a shape congealed out of the mist, monstrously tall and broad, shaggy with matted fur. A stench rolled off it, loamy earth and rotting vegetation and a sweet sour musk like nothing in this world. It moved with a ponderous, ground-eating grace as it strode into the glade. Not animal, but something other, something that had never been human and yet was far too intelligent to be a simple beast. Kai stopped breathing, stopped blinking. Somehow he kept his feet as it loomed over him, eclipsing the night sky. This close, he saw its eyes, red-shot amber, flickering with a terrible awareness. It huffed, blasting him with a breath like a charnel house wind. One taloned paw lifted, reaching for him, and he braced for a crushing blow. A distant part of his mind gibbered, "So this is how I die." But the touch never came. It just hovered there, an inch from his hammering chest. He felt the heat radiating off its leathery palm, the prickle of its gaze flaying him open to his core. And then its mouth split wide in what could have been a smile or a snarl, revealing jagged rows of shark-like teeth. Firelight glinted at the back of its throat, refracting in alien geometries that seared after images on the inside of his skull. When it spoke, the voice was the grind of stone and shriek of tearing metal. "You have finally seen Kai who walks between. You cannot unknow what you now know. The membrane between has thinned to gossamer and your path is forever altered. Bear witness." The words sank into him like fangs, and he screamed as the glade, the trees, the very earth fell away, leaving him flailing in an endless red void, shot through with pulsing filaments of bilious light. He tumbled head over heels through eons, aeons, watching the world be born and die a million billion times. Galaxies swirled to ash on his tongue. The dry bones of stars crunched between his teeth. He saw monstrous things that should not be caper and couple in the ruins of cities, vomiting forth horrors that blotted the sky. The intricacies of time and space unraveled before him, a seething tapestry of flesh and anguish, and terrible, glorious chaos. The illusion of meaning, of purpose and identity stripped away until only the naked ugliness of the universe remained. It filled him to bursting, infected every cell until he was not Kai, had never been Kai, had always been a mote of its infinite self, reeling through an endless fugue of slaughter and insanity, and gods whose names evaporated sanity. And then, between one fractured instant and the next, he slammed back into his body so hard he nearly blacked out. He found himself on hands and knees in the loam, shaking and weeping with a rapture that was very close to madness. The glade was empty, no sign of the thing that had shattered him and remade him in its own defiled image. He was alone except for the susurrus of the trees, the cold, indifferent stars. But he would never be alone again. The door had opened onto a realm of primal horror and impossible wonder, a world behind the world. It could never be closed. He laughed then, a wild whooping sound that sent the night birds scattering in alarm. Oh, the glorious futility of trying to find meaning in a sentient universe that had dreamed him up only to delight in his despair. He saw it all now with new eyes, an eternal vision that would hound him all his days, lurking at the edges of sight. The crawling chaos he had been blessed and damned to perceive. He was a stranger in his own skin, in the sham consensus reality that was no more than a candy shell over bottomless gulfs of shrieking madness and foulness primordial. Let them cast him out, lock him away in a padded cell. It wouldn't matter. He had danced with the old gods behind the veil of dream and he would never be free. There was no going back to the man he had been, only forward into the abyss, one faltering step at a time, with the taste of impossible truth like ashes on his tongue. For he had seen the face of the wild, of a cosmos so alien and vicious and achingly beautiful in its indifference, that to know it was to be forever severed from the comforting illusions that let others sleep at night. And it had seen him in return, marked him, chosen him for a purpose beyond all mortal ken, a harbinger of the ancient patient evil that even now licked its lips in the lost spaces between thought, hungering. The rangers found him 2 days later, shivering and raving at the base of a great redwood. He was naked except for a mud-covered medicine pouch, eyes wild and rolling. Patches of hair had been ripped from his scalp, streaks of oozing raw pink against bloody clumps of black. At first he snarled at their approach, a feral broken thing, more animal than man. It took 3 of them to wrestle him down, dodging his gnashing teeth and raking nails. When they finally got the cuffs on him, he went limp, slurring words that made their skin crawl and resolve waver. "It's inside me now, you see." Oh yes, it crawled in through all the cracks it made, the ones that were always there, waiting. And now I am, its eyes, I am the doorway, the witness to the writhing dark behind the dark. It's seen you through me, and it's so hungry, always so hungry. They whispered to each other that he'd lost his mind, alone out there in the deeps of the forest. Isolation and stress did strange things to a man's head. Probably got into some bad mushrooms, or maybe there was a gas leak in that old cabin. He'd come around in a couple days, a week at most. Remember who he was, what was real. All he needed was rest and some good meds. This was the wild talk of a fever, a waking nightmare already fading. So they told themselves, because the alternative was to look, really look at what gibbered and capered behind his eyes, the squirming shadows and non-geometries reflected there. To admit that maybe, just maybe, the horse shit ghost stories held more water than they ever let on. But that was a teetering rabbit hole best plugged with rational lies and stiff drinks. Let the shrinks sort 'em out and file it all away under a tidy diagnosis. Acute stress response, some kind of fugue state or psychotic break. Give it a name and a pill and call it done. And if the night terrors lingered, if their eyes caught on strange prints in the dust and their hackles rose at the wind's mournful keening, well, beats pounding and a bellyful of Jack could smooth those edges quick enough. Smile, nod, file the report, and leave the metaphysical bullshit for the Bigfoot fanatics and Art Bell nutjobs. But Kai knew, oh yes, with a knowledge deeper than marrow, vaster than galaxies. The yawning abyss that supped on his sanity, plucking eyes from sockets not his own, the squamous green dread coiled in his bowels. He had seen behind the curtain, and nothing would ever be the same. He would bide its time, the beast he now carried, the splintered shard of its malign intelligence, buried at the base of his brain like a black diamond. He would let them lock him away, pump him full of pills until his mind was soft as rotten fruit. Play the penitent, the recovered, smile and nod and weep prettily for the cameras. And then, when they grew complacent, when they believed their own feeble, crumbling lies, he would slip the cage and return, to the forest, to the place where the veil shimmered gossamer thin, where it waited, patient as mountains, to take the precious parcel he carried within the ruins of his flesh. For he had been chosen, blessed, to be an instrument in the greater unraveling. The harbinger heralding a return to primal chaos, the rule of fang and steel, and the bilious fecundity of the putrescent earth. This world would drown in the shadow of its wings, and shatter to the discordant piping of its fluted call. And Kai would be there to bear witness, with eyes that had stared into the seething vortex of its maw, and a mind stretched thin as a scream across the endless night. He had gone into the forest seeking truth. Now that truth would remake the world entire, gorge by bloody gorge, until all was the dream of a blind idiot god once more. So he waited in his soft white room, marking the walls with his nails, his blood, his shit. Waited for the stars to align and the locks to rot away. For the day he could run free and wild back to the primal embrace of his new master. And he is waiting still, there in the asylum where they stuck him all those years ago. Rocking, whispering the words that will call it forth from beyond the veil. An ululation of forbidden syllables of Michael and Ox and Hekula Homgir and Exnoqua. Scratch, scratch, scratch like the scrabbling of claws on the soft underbelly of the world. When they ask him his name, he just smiles, all red gums and shattered teeth. Kai is dead, he tells them. Kai never was. Only the witness remains. Only the doorway, the key, and I am opening. Yes, I am opening so wide. And he laughs and laughs and laughs until the orderlies come with their needles, and even then he does not stop, cannot stop. For he alone in all the seething masses of humanity knows the terrible truth, has seen what waits out there in the abyssal gulf between dreams. Reaching, hungering, and it is coming, my brothers and sisters, my fellow fragile, breakable things. It is coming to claim all that we are and ever were, to crack open the world like a rotten egg and sup on the yolk of our collective sanity. Kai is the harbinger, the prophet, the fallen saint of a gospel older than time and blacker than the space between stars. Gather round, children, and hear the good news. The hour is nigh, and in the dark, in the wild and primal places, it watches and it waits. The scent of pine needles and damp earth filled my nostrils as I stepped out of the ramshackle cabin that had been my home for the past 5 years. Adjusting the brim of my wide-brimmed hat, I scanned the dense forest that stretched out before me like an endless sea of green. My name is Ahanu, and I am a park ranger in the heart of the Olympic National Forest. I had taken this job out of desperation, fleeing from a life of financial ruin and personal tragedy. The wilderness offered solace, a chance to start anew amidst the towering evergreens and bubbling streams. Little did I know that the very forest I sought refuge in would soon become a living nightmare. As I set out on my daily patrol, the weight of my backpack and the crunch of twigs beneath my boots provided a familiar rhythm. The early morning mist curled around the tree trunks, casting an ethereal glow across the landscape. It was in moments like these that I found a sense of peace, a connection to something greater than myself. But on this particular morning, an unsettling silence hung in the air. The usual chatter of birdsong was absent, replaced by an eerie stillness that sent a chill down my spine. I quickened my pace, my senses on high alert as I ventured deeper into the forest. Suddenly, a piercing scream tore through the silence, echoing off the trees and reverberating through my very bones. It was a sound unlike any I had ever heard before, a primal, guttural cry that seemed to emanate from the depths of some ancient, primordial terror. My heart pounding in my chest, I raced towards the source of the scream, my mind reeling with possibilities. Had a hiker fallen and injured themselves? Was a bear attacking a campsite? Nothing could have prepared me for the sight that awaited me as I burst into a small clearing. There, standing over the mangled remains of what had once been a human being, was a creature straight out of my darkest nightmares. It stood well over 8 feet tall, its body covered in shaggy, matted fur. Its eyes glowed an otherworldly yellow as it turned to face me, its maw dripping with fresh blood. In that moment, I knew that everything I thought I understood about the world had been shattered. The creature before me defied all rational explanation. It was Bigfoot, a being of legend and folklore, and it was very, very real. The creature's gaze locked onto mine, its eyes boring into my soul with an intensity that nearly brought me to my knees. I froze, my breath caught in my throat as I struggled to comprehend the impossible sight before me. The stench of death and decay hung heavy in the air, mingling with the coppery tang of fresh blood. For a long, agonizing moment, neither of us moved. The world seemed to stand still, suspended in a moment of pure, unadulterated terror. Then, with a roar that shook the very earth beneath my feet, the creature lunged forward, its massive arms outstretched and its claws glinting in the dappled sunlight. Instinct took over, and I dove to the side, narrowly avoiding the creature's grasp. Rolling to my feet, I sprinted blindly into the trees, my heart pounding in my ears and my lungs burning with each ragged breath. Behind me, I could hear the creature's thunderous footsteps as it gave chase, its roars echoing through the forest like a twisted symphony of horror. I ran until my legs gave out beneath me, sending me sprawling onto the damp, leaf-strewn ground. Gasping for air, I dragged myself behind a fallen log, pressing my back against the rough bark as I struggled to catch my breath. The forest around me had fallen silent once more, save for the pounding of my own heart and the distant rustling of leaves in the wind. As I lay there, my mind reeling from the impossible encounter, a creeping realization began to dawn on me. This creature, this Bigfoot, was not some mindless beast. There was an intelligence in its eyes, a cunning that belied its savage appearance. And with that realization came a sinking feeling of dread. I was alone in the wilderness, miles from the nearest ranger station or town. My radio had been lost in the mad dash through the trees, and my supplies were woefully inadequate for the task at hand. If I was going to survive this nightmare, I would need to rely on my wits and my knowledge of the forest. Taking a deep breath, I forced myself to my feet, wincing at the dull ache in my muscles. I had to keep moving, to put as much distance between myself and the creature as possible. But even as I set off through the trees once more, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. That somewhere out there, hidden amongst the shadows and the mist, the creature was waiting for me. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows across the forest floor, I stumbled upon an abandoned hunting cabin nestled in a small clearing. The structure was old and dilapidated, its wooden walls weathered and its windows shattered. But it offered shelter and a chance to catch my breath, to gather my thoughts and plan my next move. I approached the cabin warily, my eyes scanning the tree line for any sign of movement. The creature's presence seemed to linger in the air like a tangible thing, a weight that pressed down upon my shoulders and set my nerves on edge. But as I drew closer to the cabin, I saw no sign of the beast, only the fading light of day and the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze. Pushing open the creaking door, I stepped inside, my boots crunching on the debris-strewn floor. The cabin was small and musty, its walls lined with dusty shelves and faded photographs of long-forgotten hunters and their prey. A fireplace stood at one end of the room, its hearth cold and dark. I set about making the cabin as secure as possible, barricading the door with a heavy wooden table and covering the windows with tattered blankets. As I worked, my mind raced with questions and doubts. How had this creature remained hidden for so long? What did it want? And most importantly, how was I going to survive the night? As darkness fell, I huddled in the corner of the cabin, my eyes fixed on the door and my hand clutching the handle of my hunting knife. The forest outside had come alive with the sounds of the night, the hooting of owls, the chirping of crickets, and the distant howls of wolves. But beneath it all, I could sense another presence lurking in the shadows, watching and waiting. Hours passed, and exhaustion began to take its toll. My eyelids grew heavy, and my grip on the knife began to slacken. Just as I was about to succumb to sleep, a sound from outside snapped me back to full alertness. It was the sound of footsteps, heavy, lumbering footsteps that seemed to shake the very ground. They grew closer and closer until they stopped just outside the cabin door. For a moment there was silence. Then, with a splintering crash, the door burst inward and the creature stepped into the cabin. Its yellow eyes gleamed in the darkness, and its massive frame seemed to fill the entire room. I scrambled to my feet, my knife held before me in a trembling hand. But even as I prepared to fight for my life, I knew that it was hopeless. The creature was too strong, too fast, and too intelligent. As it lunged towards me, its claws outstretched and its jaws gaping wide, I closed my eyes and waited for the end to come. But instead of the searing pain of claws and teeth, I felt a sudden rush of wind and the thud of a heavy body hitting the floor. Opening my eyes, I saw the creature sprawled on the ground before me, a wooden shaft protruding from its chest. Standing in the doorway, a crossbow raised to his shoulder, was another park ranger, a man I had never seen before. The ranger stepped into the cabin, his eyes darting from the creature's lifeless body to my own stunned expression. He was tall and lean, with weather-beaten skin and a grizzled beard. A battered hat sat atop his head, and a coil of rope hung from his belt. "You okay?" he asked, his voice gruff but not unkind. I nodded, my mind still reeling from the sudden turn of events. "Who are you?" I managed to croak out. "Name's John," he replied, lowering his crossbow. "I've been tracking this thing for weeks. Heard your screams and followed the trail here." I glanced down at the creature's body, its yellow eyes staring sightlessly at the ceiling. "What is it?" John shook his head. "Damned if I know. Some kind of ancient creature, maybe. Something that's been living in these woods for a long, long time." He knelt down beside the body, running his fingers over the matted fur. "I've seen things out here that would make your blood run cold. Things that science can't explain. But this," he shook his head again, "this is something else entirely." I sank down onto the floor, my legs suddenly weak. "What do we do now?" I asked, my voice trembling. John stood up, his eyes meeting mine. "We get the hell out of here, that's what. There's a ranger station about 10 miles south of here. We can regroup there, maybe get some backup." I nodded, grateful for the plan of action. But as we stepped out of the cabin and into the darkness of the forest, a sudden realization hit me. "Wait," I said, grabbing John's arm. If this thing has been living out here for so long, why haven't we seen it before? Why hasn't anyone reported it? John's face grew grim. Because no one who's seen it has lived to tell the tale, he replied. Until now. The trek through the forest was a nightmare of shadows and sounds. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sent my heart racing and my hand reaching for my knife. John led the way, his crossbow at the ready, and his eyes scanning the darkness for any sign of movement. As we walked, he told me stories of the other strange and terrible things he had encountered in the wilderness, creatures that defied explanation, phenomena that challenged the very laws of nature. But none of them, he said, compared to the Bigfoot that now lay dead in the cabin behind us. I've been a ranger for 20 years, he said, his voice low and steady. Seen a lot of strange things in my time, but this is something different. Something ancient and powerful. I shuddered at the thought, my mind conjuring up images of dark rituals and forgotten gods. But why now? I asked. Why has it suddenly appeared after all this time? John shrugged. Could be anything. Climate change, maybe. Or maybe something's disturbed its territory. All I know is that we need to be careful. There could be more of them out there. We walked in silence for a while. The only sound the crunch of leaves beneath our feet, and the distant hooting of an owl. Suddenly, John held up a hand, motioning for me to stop. Listen, he whispered, his eyes narrowing. I strained my ears, trying to pick out any unusual sounds amidst the normal nighttime noises of the forest. At first I heard nothing, but then faintly at first but growing louder with each passing second, I heard it. A low guttural growl that seemed to emanate from the very earth itself. Run, John said, his voice tight with fear. Run! We took off through the trees, our feet pounding against the ground as we dodged branches and leapt over fallen logs. Behind us the growling grew louder, accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps and snapping twigs. I risked a glance over my shoulder and immediately wished I hadn't. There, charging through the underbrush like a juggernaut, was another Bigfoot, larger and more terrifying than the one we had left behind in the cabin. Its yellow eyes blazed with fury, and its claws gleamed in the moonlight. We ran until our lungs burned and our legs ached, but still the creature pursued us. Just when I thought all hope was lost, we burst out of the tree line and onto a narrow dirt road. Parked at the side of the road was a battered old pickup truck, its engine idling and its headlights cutting through the darkness. Get in, John shouted, yanking open the driver's side door and throwing himself behind the wheel. I dove into the passenger seat, slamming the door shut behind me just as the creature emerged from the trees. John gunned the engine and the truck shot forward, its tires spitting gravel as we sped away into the night. We drove for what felt like hours, the truck's headlights illuminating the winding forest road ahead of us. John's knuckles were white on the steering wheel, and his jaw was clenched tight. I sat beside him in silence, my mind reeling from the events of the past few hours. Finally, as the first rays of dawn began to peek over the horizon, we arrived at the ranger station. It was a small, unassuming building nestled in a clearing at the edge of the forest. A few other rangers milled about outside, their faces etched with concern and confusion. As we climbed out of the truck, I felt a wave of exhaustion wash over me. My legs felt like jelly, and my head was pounding. But beneath the fatigue, there was a sense of relief, a feeling that for now at least, we were safe. John led me inside, where we were greeted by a flurry of activity. Rangers rushed about, talking in low, urgent tones and poring over maps and reports. In the center of the room, a group of men in suits and sunglasses huddled around a table, their expressions grim. As we approached, one of the men looked up, his eyes narrowing. "John," he said, his voice clipped and businesslike. "We've been expecting you." John nodded, his expression guarded. "I figured as much. What's the situation?" The man sighed, running a hand through his thinning hair. "It's not good. We've had reports of sightings all over the park. Hikers going missing, campsites destroyed, and now this." He gestured to a grainy photograph on the table, an image of a massive hairy creature lurking in the shadows of the forest. I felt a chill run down my spine as I recognized the creature from my own encounter. "What do we do?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The man looked at me, his expression softening slightly. For now, we wait. We've called in reinforcements from the city, experts in cryptozoology and paranormal phenomena. They'll be here within the hour." John nodded, his eyes distant. "And then what?" The man's expression hardened. "Then we hunt this thing down and put an end to it, before it can do any more damage." I felt a sense of dread settle over me at the thought of venturing back out into the forest, of facing the Bigfoot once more. But I knew that I had no choice. As a park ranger, it was my duty to protect the wilderness and those who ventured into it. And so, as the sun rose over the treetops, and the sound of approaching vehicles filled the air, I steeled myself for the battle to come. Whatever horrors lay ahead, I knew that I would face them head-on, for the sake of the forest, and for the memory of those who had fallen victim to the creature's wrath. Wilderness guides develop a sense for trouble. It's not something taught in training courses or written in manuals. It's a feeling that grows from years spent reading the language of the land. My name is Clay Harjo. In 2003, I was a seasoned guide in Hell's Canyon, Idaho, when that sixth sense failed me completely. Hell's Canyon isn't the kind of place you casually stroll through. It's the deepest river gorge in North America, with a reputation for swallowing up folks who wander too far from the trail. I'd been a guide for a few seasons, not that I was looking for excitement. It just paid the bills and kept me outdoors. Being Cherokee, I figured I had a leg up in these rugged terrains, but that assumption nearly cost me more than I bargained for. I was guiding a group of hikers who'd signed up for the thrill of off-the-beaten-path trekking, a phrase that sounds great until you're out there realizing how far away beaten paths can actually feel. The group was a mix: 2 college kids looking for adventure, a quiet woman in her 40s who kept to herself, and a retired firefighter named Dale who talked nonstop about his days rescuing folks from burning buildings. Real salt-of-the-earth guy, and the way he casually bragged about fighting fires made the college kids call him Hotshot. He was the kind of guy you wanted in a bad situation, until you found yourself in a situation where his bravado couldn't help one bit. The 2 college kids, Ethan and Jessica, were constantly snapping photos with their new digital cameras. They wore matching University of Oregon sweatshirts and had that eager enthusiasm that would either become useful energy or dangerous recklessness depending on how things went. The quiet woman, Holly Mercer, had booked the trip last minute. She carried a worn journal with pressed flowers between its pages. When she thought no one was looking, I noticed her wiping away tears. The weather was moody that day, with low clouds hanging over the canyon like a threat. We'd made camp near a rocky outcrop that offered a decent view of the Snake River twisting below. The canyon walls were steep and jagged, layered with centuries of rock that spoke of ancient times. The weathered striations reminded me of the stories my grandfather used to tell. Layers of time exposed, each one with its own secrets. As the day dimmed into evening, I gathered everyone around to go over the next day's route, figuring we'd start early and make it to a safer spot before any potential rain. I kept an eye on the sky, thinking that the last thing we needed was to be caught in a canyon flash flood. "Rain's coming tomorrow afternoon," I told them, pointing to the western horizon where dark clouds were massing. "We'll be up at dawn to break camp. I want to hit the Snake River crossing before noon." Jessica raised her hand like she was in class. "I read that this area has some indigenous artifacts. Will we see any of those?" "If they're there, they stay there," I said firmly. "This land has seen enough looting." The first odd sign came when I noticed something off about our surroundings, a certain quiet that didn't sit right. Hell's Canyon is known for its wildlife: elk, coyotes, even the occasional black bear. But this silence felt unnatural, like nature itself had taken a collective breath and held it. The forest was dense and thick with ponderosa pines, but you could usually hear something rustling around, even in the evening. That night, though, nothing, not even the whistle of wind through the canyon. Dale, the former firefighter, was fiddling with his flashlight when he muttered something about a weird smell. I leaned over, sniffing the air, and caught it too. A sour metallic tang, faint at first, but growing more distinct. I passed it off as some sulfurous pocket opening up from the canyon, though it was unlike anything I'd ever come across out here. "Probably just some mineral deposits," I said, more to reassure myself than him. "Canyon's full of strange smells." We split up to set up camp, Dale volunteering to grab firewood. The others stayed close to the camp, chatting nervously, as if they could sense that something wasn't right but couldn't quite place it. I headed down to a creek about 100 yards off to fill some canteens. The water was slow-moving, reflecting the twilight sky in rippling fragments. I knelt, filling the first canteen when I saw it. A flash of white on the opposite bank, too big to be just a reflection or some trick of the light. I squinted, trying to make sense of it. The shape was indistinct, like a large animal crouched low in the bushes, watching. Its form reminded me of a mountain lion, yet the way it held still was unnerving. I blinked, and the white blur was gone as if it had never been there at all. Chalk it up to my imagination, I thought, or maybe the fatigue from leading these folks up and down rocky slopes. But as I made my way back to camp, the hairs on my neck stood rigid. Something was watching us. I could feel eyes tracking my movements, patient and calculating. Back at the camp, Ethan and Jessica were huddled together, looking at their camera displays and giggling. Holly sat alone, writing in her journal, her pen moving in tight, urgent strokes. The normalcy of the scene almost made me dismiss my unease. Almost. I returned to camp and things seemed relatively normal until Dale stumbled back, his face paler than the moonlight breaking through the clouds. He dropped the bundle of firewood at his feet and stammered something about something moving out there. He claimed he'd seen an animal, tall as a bear but leaner, with long limbs that bent in ways they shouldn't. I brushed it off, suggesting it was just a trick of the shadows or perspective, but Dale wouldn't let it go. For a big guy who boasted about fearlessness, he looked genuinely rattled. "I'm telling you, Clay," he insisted, his voice dropping to a whisper so the others wouldn't hear. 20 years fighting fires. I've seen bears, mountain lions, you name it. This wasn't any of those. It was watching me, following me. It knew I saw it. The crack of a branch somewhere beyond our camp perimeter silenced our conversation. All of us turned toward the sound, peering into the darkness that had settled over the canyon like a shroud. That's when I knew we weren't alone in Hell's Canyon. And whatever was out there was getting closer. I decided to scout around, partly to ease Dale's mind, and partly to satisfy my own growing unease. Armed with just my flashlight and the hunting knife I always carried, I ventured into the woods near our camp, stepping carefully over branches and rocks. Every few feet I'd stop and listen, but there was only the deafening silence pressing in on me. "Stay close to the fire," I instructed the others. "No wandering off, not even a few steps. We don't know what wildlife might be active tonight." Holly looked up from her journal, her eyes narrowing. "You said this area wasn't known for dangerous predators." "It's not," I said, trying to sound casual, "just standard precaution." The smell had grown stronger, that metallic odor mixed with something else now, something that reminded me of rotting meat. I moved away from camp, sweeping my flashlight in deliberate arcs, searching for anything unusual. The beam caught only trees and rocks, nothing out of place, yet the feeling of being watched intensified with each step. Then I saw it. A figure, a dark, elongated shape, moving between the trees. It moved with a jerky gait, pausing and lurching, as if testing the ground with each step. For a brief moment, its head turned in my direction, and I felt a chill run through me as I realized this thing wasn't just watching me, it was assessing me, like a predator sizing up its next meal. Its frame was gaunt, almost skeletal, with limbs that seemed too long for its body, giving it an unnatural, insect-like quality. I backed up slowly, not daring to break eye contact until I'd nearly tripped over a rock. By the time I steadied myself and looked back, it was gone. Whatever it was, it had vanished back into the darkness, leaving no trace behind. Back at camp, I kept what I'd seen to myself, but I told everyone to stay close to the fire and keep their lights on. The college kids laughed it off, cracking jokes about Bigfoot. "Sasquatch sighting," Ethan joked, holding his arms out and lumbering around. "Maybe we'll make the local news." But Dale just sat there, his gaze fixed on the shadows beyond the firelight. The man who had charged into burning buildings was now jumping at every sound from the forest. "I've got an extra knife in my pack," I told Dale quietly. "Keep it on you." He nodded grimly, taking the blade and testing its weight in his palm. Around midnight, things took a turn. We heard rustling, followed by a low scraping sound, like claws dragging over stone. It circled our camp, the sound coming closer, then moving away, taunting us. It felt deliberate, like this thing was testing us, trying to gauge our reactions. Dale grabbed a stick from the fire, waving it in the air like a makeshift torch. But even he knew that if this thing decided to come closer, his burning stick wouldn't stand a chance. "What is that?" Jessica whispered, her earlier bravado crumbling. "Clay? What's out there?" "Probably just a coyote," I lied. "They get curious sometimes." The noise stopped, and for a while there was only silence. Just when I thought maybe it had moved on, we heard a scream, a sharp guttural cry that cut through the night like a blade. It was Holly. She'd wandered a few feet from camp to use the bathroom and hadn't told anyone. By the time we got to her, it was too late. She was on the ground, her throat slashed open in a jagged line, eyes wide in terror. Dale and I dragged her back to camp, but it was no use. She was gone. The college kids were frantic, clutching each other and sobbing. I told them to stay calm, but the truth was, I had no plan. We were stuck in the middle of Hell's Canyon, hours from help with no cell service, and a creature lurking in the shadows that could kill us before we even knew it was there. Her blood left a dark trail across the rocky ground, glistening in the firelight. Jessica couldn't stop screaming until Ethan finally covered her mouth with his hand, desperately shushing her. "It'll hear us," he kept saying. "It'll know where we are." "It already knows where we are," Dale said, his voice hollow. The next few hours were a blur of fear and desperation. We huddled by the fire, every snap of a twig sending us into a frenzy of flashlights and hushed whispers. Dale kept muttering about the thing he'd seen, swearing it looked like it had too many joints, too many angles to be any animal he recognized. At some point I must have nodded off because I woke to Dale shaking my shoulder, his face inches from mine, his eyes wild. He whispered that he'd seen it again, that it was closer this time, creeping through the trees like it was daring us to make a move. I grabbed my knife and we both stood by the edge of the firelight, trying to spot it before it could reach us. Then we heard it, a sickening crunch like bones snapping underfoot. I turned my flashlight toward the sound, and there it was, hunched over Holly's body, dragging her limp form toward the trees. It looked up, its face a grotesque mixture of wolf-like features twisted in a way that defied logic. Its mouth was open wide, revealing rows of jagged teeth, yellowed and crooked. Without thinking, I lunged forward, shouting at Dale to help. But he froze, rooted to the spot, watching in horror as the creature dropped Holly's body and turned its full attention on us. Its eyes were dark pits, void of any light or recognition, just hunger. I swung my knife, but it barely flinched, dodging back with a fluid motion that seemed almost taunting. Jessica screamed, and that was enough to snap Dale out of his trance. He grabbed his burning stick and thrust it at the creature, driving it back a few paces. But it didn't run. It just tilted its head, watching us with a curiosity that made my skin crawl. Finally, it slipped back into the darkness, disappearing into the trees, leaving us with Holly's bloodied body and a silence that felt heavier than before. We didn't sleep for the rest of the night, just sat there, weapons in hand, waiting for the first light of dawn. As the darkness slowly gave way to gray light, I saw something that turned my blood to ice. In the dirt near our camp, a set of footprints, not animal tracks but not quite human either. The prints were elongated, with what looked like claw marks at the ends of what should have been toes. And they led in both directions, into and out of our camp. The thing had been watching us long before we ever noticed it. When the sun finally crested over the canyon walls, I took stock of what remained. 3 terrified hikers, 1 body, and a memory that would stay with me for the rest of my life. Holly's body lay where we'd dragged it, covered with Dale's jacket. Her face had taken on the waxy pallor of death, making her look like a discarded doll rather than the quiet woman who'd been writing in her journal just hours before. "We need to move," I said, gathering our essentials. "Leave the tents and everything else. Just take water, food, and anything you can use as a weapon." "What about Holly?" Jessica asked, her voice cracking. "We can't just leave her." "We have to," Dale said. His voice had a new edge to it, a hardness that hadn't been there before. "She's gone, and carrying a body will slow us down." "I'll mark the GPS coordinates," I said, already tapping the device hanging from my belt. "We'll report it as soon as we get reception." We moved quickly, packing only what we needed. As I was gathering my things, I noticed Holly's journal lying open where she'd left it, Something made me pick it up and flip through the pages. Most entries were personal reflections, but the last page chilled me. It was dated the day before and contained a single line, "Something's watching me from the trees." I tucked the journal into my pack. Evidence, I told myself, though I wasn't sure who would believe us. The daytime brought little comfort as we made our way down the trail. The canyon scale seemed to mock our insignificance. Massive stone walls rising thousands of feet above us, carved by the Snake River over millennia. Under normal circumstances, I would have pointed out geological features or wildlife to the group. Today we moved in tense silence, each of us scanning the terrain for any sign of movement. "I've never heard of any predator in North America that hunts humans like that," Dale said as we navigated a particularly steep section of trail. "Bears attack when threatened. Mountain lions take down deer or elk. But that thing, it was hunting us specifically." "Maybe it was rabid," Ethan suggested. "Some diseased wolf or cougar." I shook my head. "No disease I know of makes an animal look like that." We'd been hiking for about 2 hours when Jessica stopped suddenly, pointing to something off the trail. "Look, is that a cabin?" Through the trees, I could make out a weathered structure, a small hunter's cabin or old ranger outpost, long abandoned by the looks of it. It sat nestled against the canyon wall, half hidden by overgrowth. "It's not on any of my maps," I said, studying the structure. "Might be private property or something unregistered." "Could have a radio," Dale suggested, "or at least be safer than spending another night in the open." I hesitated. The cabin looked ancient, its log walls gray with age, the small windows dark and empty. But Dale was right. Walls would be better than nothing, and we might find something useful inside. I nodded, and we carefully made our way toward it. The door hung askew on rusted hinges, creaking as I pushed it open. The interior was a single room with a stone fireplace, a small table, and what had once been a cot but was now just a metal frame with rotted canvas. Dust covered everything, undisturbed for what looked like years. "No one's been here in a long time," I said, scanning the cabin's interior. Jessica coughed from the dust we'd stirred up. "This place gives me the creeps." She wasn't wrong. There was something unsettling about the cabin, beyond just its abandoned state. Crude symbols had been carved into the wooden supports, not graffiti, but deliberate markings that reminded me of protective signs I'd seen in some of the older Cherokee communities. Dale was inspecting the fireplace. "Look at this," he called. On the stone mantel above the fireplace sat several small objects. Animal bones arranged in a pattern, a jar containing what looked like teeth, and a leather-bound book so old the binding had cracked and split. "Don't touch anything," I warned, but Dale had already picked up the book. "It's a journal," he said, carefully turning the brittle pages. "Dates back to the 1890s. Some trapper named Elias Blackwood." "What does it say?" Ethan asked, peering over Dale's shoulder. Dale squinted at the faded handwriting. "A lot of it's hard to make out. Talks about trapping, hunting. Wait, listen to this. It has followed me for 3 days now. The Nez Perce call it chalk coat, but have another name they won't speak aloud. They say it was here before the rivers cut the canyons." A cold sensation spread through my chest. "Keep reading." March 18, 1891. Found Richardson torn apart a mile from camp. No animal takes just the organs like that. The others wanted to leave, but the spring melt has made the river impassable. We are trapped here with it. Dale looked up, his face ashen. "There's more, but the writing gets shakier, harder to read." "This thing has been here for over 100 years, Jessica whispered. "Longer," I said, thinking of Holly's slashed throat. "Much longer." A sudden thud against the cabin's exterior made us all freeze. Something was outside, moving around the perimeter. We could hear it scraping against the logs, testing the structure. "It followed us," Ethan whispered. Dale snapped the journal shut and shoved it into his pack. "We need to barricade the door." We moved quickly, dragging the metal cot frame against the door and positioning ourselves away from the windows. The scratching continued, moving methodically around the cabin. "It's looking for a way in," I said, gripping my knife. The scratching stopped at one of the windows, and for a moment, there was silence. Then a long, pale hand with too many joints pressed against the glass, leaving a smear of something dark and viscous. Jessica stifled a scream as the creature's face appeared behind the hand, the same twisted wolf-like features I'd seen in the darkness but now visible in daylight. Its skin was a pallid gray, stretched tight over an elongated skull. Those empty eyes stared directly at us, unblinking. "Holy shit," Dale breathed. "What the hell is that thing?" The creature tilted its head, as if considering Dale's question. Then it opened its mouth, revealing those rows of jagged teeth, and pressed its face closer to the glass. The window creaked under the pressure. "The glass won't hold," I warned, backing toward the fireplace. As if in response, the creature suddenly pulled back from the window. We heard its footsteps receding, fading into silence. "Is it gone?" Ethan asked, after several long minutes. "I don't think so," I replied. "It's waiting for us, or planning something." "We can't stay here," Dale said, hefting his pack. "That thing knows we're trapped." "But we can't go out there either," Jessica protested. I looked at the old journal in Dale's pack. "Maybe there's something in there that can help us. Some way to fight this thing or drive it away." Dale nodded and pulled out the journal again, flipping to the later pages. His expression grew increasingly troubled as he read. "This trapper, Blackwood, he tried everything. Guns, traps, fire. Nothing worked. He writes about how they lost men one by one." Dale turned another page. "Wait, here's something. He says the Nez Perce told him the creature avoids water. Not because it can't cross it, but because water disrupts its ability to feed on fear." He looked up. "That's what it's doing. Blackwood says it was toying with them, making them terrified before it attacked. It feeds on fear first, flesh second." "The Snake River," I said suddenly. "If we can reach the river crossing, maybe we can get away from it." "It's at least 4 miles, Dale pointed out. "Better than waiting here to die," I replied. We gathered our things, preparing to make a run for it. The plan was simple: move fast, stay together, head straight for the river crossing. According to the old journal, the creature wouldn't follow us across deep water. "Ready?" I asked, hand on the makeshift barricade. They nodded, faces set with determination born of desperation. I moved the cot frame and eased the door open, peering out. The forest around the cabin was quiet, no sign of our hunter. "Now," I whispered, and we bolted. We ran like hell was at our heels, which in a way it was. The trail down to the Snake River was steep and treacherous, loose rocks sliding beneath our feet as we scrambled over terrain. Better taken slowly and carefully, but caution was a luxury we couldn't afford. "Keep moving," I shouted as Ethan stumbled on a sharp descent. Dale grabbed his arm, hauling him upright without breaking stride. The distant roar of the Snake River grew louder as we descended, a promising sound that spurred us on. I kept glancing back, expecting to see that gaunt figure loping after us, but the trail behind remained clear. "Maybe we lost it," Jessica panted, her face streaked with sweat and dirt. "Don't count on it," Dale replied grimly. We'd covered maybe half the distance to the river when we reached a narrow section of trail that hugged the canyon wall. To our right, the path fell away in a sheer drop of several hundred feet. We would have to move single file, with no room for error. "Stay close to the wall," I instructed, taking the lead. One foot directly in front of the other. We inched along the narrow ledge, pressed against the rough stone of the canyon wall. I was halfway across when I heard it, a low gurgling sound from somewhere above us. Looking up, I saw the creature perched on an outcropping 20 feet above the trail. It watched us with those empty eyes, its body coiled like a spring. "Don't stop," I said quietly. "Keep moving, slow and steady." The creature shifted position, moving with that same unnatural fluidity I'd seen before. It was paralleling our progress, keeping pace as we navigated the narrow ledge. Dale was directly behind me, with Jessica and Ethan following. I could hear their ragged breathing, the scrape of their boots on rock. We were almost to the wider section of trail when the creature made its move. It leaped from its perch, not toward us, but to a position on the trail ahead, blocking our path. In the full light of day, it was even more horrifying. Standing nearly 7 feet tall on its hind legs, its limbs too thin and jointed for its frame. The skin was not fur or hide, but a gray leathery texture that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. "Back up," I said, pushing Dale behind me. "Move back to wider ground." But as we started to retreat, A section of the trail crumbled beneath Ethan's feet. He let out a startled cry as he pitched sideways toward the drop. Jessica grabbed for him, catching his arm, but the momentum pulled her forward as well. "Help!" she screamed as both of them teetered on the edge. Dale lunged, catching Jessica around the waist. For one terrible moment, all three of them wavered on the brink. Then Dale planted his feet and heaved backward, pulling them to safety in a tangle of limbs. The creature watched this drama unfold, its head tilted in that eerie, curious way. Then it took a step toward us, extending one of those two long arms. "The journal," I said to Dale. "What else did it say? How did they fight it?" Dale scrambled to pull the journal from his pack. "Blackwood tried to burn it," he said, flipping pages frantically. "Says fire hurt it but didn't kill it." I pulled out my Zippo lighter, a habit from my smoking days that I'd never quite abandoned. "Get ready to run," I told the others. As the creature took another step forward, I flicked the lighter and threw it directly at its face. The flame caught on what might have been its fur or hair, spreading quickly across its head. The creature let out a shriek that sounded like metal scraping against stone, thrashing as the fire consumed its upper body. It staggered backward, then toppled over the edge of the trail, plummeting into the canyon below. We didn't wait to see if it survived the fall. We ran, scrambling along the trail as fast as we dared, not stopping until we reached wider, safer ground. "Did we kill it?" Jessica gasped, bent double and fighting for breath. "I don't know," I admitted, "but we need to keep moving. The river isn't far now." As we continued down the trail, I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd only bought ourselves time, not victory. Something that had hunted in these canyons for over a century wouldn't be defeated so easily. The trail finally opened onto a wider path that wound down to the river's edge. The Snake River stretched before us about 60 feet across at this point, its current swift but not impassable. The crossing point featured a line of large stepping stones that were usually above water this time of year, allowing hikers to cross without getting more than their boots wet. "There's our way out," I said, pointing to the stones. We hurried to the river's edge, relief flooding through us at the sight of salvation so close. The stepping stones were partially submerged due to recent rains, but still visible enough to use. "I'll go first," I told them. "Follow my exact path." I stepped out onto the first stone, testing it before committing my weight. It held firm, and I moved to the second, then the third. The current pushed against my legs, strong but manageable. I was about halfway across when I heard Jessica scream. Turning back, I saw the creature emerging from the tree line, still smoking from the fire but very much alive. Parts of its face had been burned away, revealing bone or something like it underneath. It moved more slowly now, but with a terrible purpose, heading straight for my remaining companions on the shore. "Get in the water," I shouted. "Now!" Dale reacted first, pulling Jessica toward the river. Ethan hesitated, fumbling with his camera, trying to capture an image of the thing pursuing us. "Ethan, leave it," Dale yelled, but the young man was transfixed, backing away slowly as he focused his lens on the approaching horror. The creature lunged forward with sudden speed, closing the distance to Ethan in a heartbeat. Its clawed hand slashed out, catching him across the chest. Ethan screamed, dropping his camera as blood bloomed across his University of Oregon sweatshirt. Dale charged back up the bank, wielding a large branch like a club. He swung it at the creature's head, connecting with a solid thud that staggered it. "Run," he shouted to Ethan, who stumbled toward the water, clutching his wounded chest. I waded back toward shore, fighting against the current, desperate to help. Jessica was already in the water up to her waist, reaching out for Ethan. Dale backed toward the river, still facing the creature, branch raised defensively. The creature shook off the blow and fixed those empty eyes on Dale. It let out a sound that might have been laughter, a dry, rattling noise that carried over the rush of the river. Then it spoke. The voice wasn't human, but the words were clear enough. "You taste better afraid." Dale faltered, the branch trembling in his hands. "What the fuck are you?" The creature tilted its head again. "Older than your kind, hungrier." It moved forward, and Dale swung the branch again. This time the creature caught it easily, wrenching it from his grasp and snapping it like a twig. Dale turned to run, but the creature was faster, grabbing him by the shoulder and spinning him around. I reached the shore, knife in hand, but I was too late. The creature plunged its other hand into Dale's chest, not slashing this time, but reaching inside him. Dale's eyes bulged in shock and agony. His mouth opened in a silent scream as the creature withdrew its hand, holding something dark and glistening. Dale's heart still pumping feebly. "No!" Jessica screamed, as Dale's body crumpled to the ground. The creature raised the heart to its mouth and bit into it like an apple, black fluid running down its chin. Then it turned its attention to us. I grabbed Ethan, who was swaying on his feet, blood loss making him dizzy. "Into the water," I ordered, pulling him toward the river. "Deep as you can go." We waded in, the current threatening to sweep our feet from under us. Jessica was already midstream, sobbing as she struggled across. The creature followed us to the water's edge but stopped there, watching with those terrible eyes. "It won't cross," I said, relief surging through me. But as we reached the deeper part of the river, the creature did something unexpected. It lowered itself to all fours and began to circle the crossing point, moving upstream at an alarming pace. "It's looking for another way across," I realized. "We need to hurry." Ethan was growing weaker, leaning heavily on me as we fought our way through the current. Jessica had reached the far bank and was waving frantically for us to hurry. The river water around us was turning pink with Ethan's blood. "Stay with me," I urged him. "We're almost there." We were nearing the far shore when I heard Jessica scream again. Looking up, I saw the creature on the opposite bank, having circled upstream and crossed where the river narrowed. It was now making its way down toward Jessica, cutting off our escape route. "Back," I told Ethan, turning us midstream. "We need to go back." But Ethan's strength was failing. He sagged against me, his face ashen. "I can't," he whispered. "I can't make it." The current caught us, pulling us downstream. I fought to keep our heads above water, clinging to Ethan with one arm while trying to steer us toward the bank we'd just left. The creature stood on the shore, watching our struggle, making no move to help or hinder. It was waiting, savoring our fear. I managed to grab onto a protruding rock, stopping our drift. With a tremendous effort, I hauled Ethan toward the shore. The creature remained where it was, blocking our path to safety. Jessica was nowhere to be seen. Either she'd fled into the forest, or the thing had already gotten to her. As we reached the shallows, Ethan stumbled and fell face first into the water. I pulled him up, his body limp and unresponsive. Turning him over, I saw that his eyes were open but vacant. He'd lost too much blood. The creature made that terrible laughing sound again and took a step toward us. I stood over Ethan's body, knife raised, knowing it would do no good but unwilling to die without a fight. "You can't have him," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. The creature stopped, regarding me with what almost seemed like respect. "Brave," it said in that inhuman voice. "Rare." It took another step, and I braced myself for the end. The shot came from somewhere behind me, a deafening crack that echoed across the canyon. The creature jerked as something hit it in the shoulder, spraying that black fluid into the air. It shrieked, a sound so high and piercing that I had to cover my ears. More shots followed, 3 in rapid succession. The creature staggered backward, wounds opening across its chest and neck. It turned to flee, but another shot caught it in the leg, dropping it to one knee. I spun around to see Jessica standing on a rock outcropping, Dale's revolver in her hands, the gun he'd kept in his pack for emergencies. Her face was a mask of rage and grief as she fired again, the bullet striking the creature in the head. It fell backward, thrashing on the ground. Black fluid pooled beneath it, seeping into the earth. Its movements grew weaker, more spasmodic. Finally, it lay still. Jessica climbed down from the rocks, the gun still trained on the motionless form. "Is it dead?" she asked, her voice hoarse. I approached cautiously, knife ready. The creature didn't move as I nudged it with my boot. The wounds were substantial. The head shot had taken away most of its face, revealing a skull structure unlike anything I'd ever seen. It looked almost human, but the proportions were wrong, the bone too dense and ancient-looking. "I think so," I said, though uncertainty gnawed at me. Something this old, this unnatural. Could bullets really kill it? Jessica nodded, then turned to look at Ethan's body, still lying half in the water, her face crumpled. "He's gone, isn't he?" "I'm sorry," I said. I couldn't save him. She knelt beside him, gently closing his eyes. He just wanted an adventure, she whispered. Something to tell his friends about. I thought of Holly's journal entry, "Something's watching me from the trees," and Dale's last moments, his heart ripped from his chest. This was an adventure none of us would ever forget, though only 2 of us remained to remember it. "We need to go," I said after giving her a moment. "Find help, report what happened." Jessica nodded, rising to her feet. She looked down at the gun in her hands, then tucked it into her waistband. "What do we tell them about this thing?" I looked at the creature's remains. Already they seemed to be deteriorating, the flesh turning to a gray, ash-like substance. By the time we brought anyone back here, there might be nothing left to find. "The truth," I said, "as much of it as they'll believe." We gathered what we could. Dale's pack, Jessica's camera with the images Ethan had taken, Holly's journal, evidence, though whether anyone would accept it was another matter. The Rangers would come eventually, drawn by the smoke from our abandoned camp, or by search parties when we failed to return on schedule. As we prepared to leave, Jessica paused, looking down at the creature's dissolving form. "What was it, really?" I thought of the journal we'd found in the cabin, of the Nez Perce name Chiaco, and the older name they wouldn't speak aloud. I thought of the creature's words, "older than your kind, hungrier." "I don't know," I admitted. "Something that doesn't belong in our world, something that's been here longer than we have." We made our way along the riverbank, following it downstream where the trail would be less treacherous. Neither of us spoke much, both lost in our thoughts and grief. The sun was beginning to set, painting the canyon walls in fiery reds and deep purples. In other circumstances, it would have been beautiful. The Rangers arrived by late afternoon the next day, drawn by the smoke from signal fires we'd built on the riverbank. We told them everything, but they just looked at us like we were crazy, like we'd imagined the whole thing. They took Holly's body and Ethan's and promised to file a report, but I could tell they didn't believe a word of it. Later, as we were packing up, one of the Rangers pulled me aside. He was older than the others, his face weathered by years in the wilderness. He told me stories about sightings in the area, old legends of a creature that was neither wolf nor man, something that lived off fear as much as flesh. He didn't have a name for it, just a nod and a warning. "Don't come back here alone." As for that creature, the ranger claimed it was something ancient, something that thrived in places forgotten by time. "The old-timers say there's more than one," he told me quietly, "that they sleep for decades, sometimes centuries, waking only when they hunger." I thought of the disintegrating remains we'd left behind. Had we really killed it, or merely wounded it? Would it heal, retreating to some dark corner of the canyon to recover and hunt again? I never returned to Hell's Canyon after that. I gave up guiding altogether, moved east to the flatlands where I could always see what was coming. Jessica went back to college but dropped out before graduating. We kept in touch for a while, bound by our shared trauma, but eventually drifted apart. Some experiences are too heavy to carry together. Sometimes, on cold nights when the wind sounds like something scraping against my window, I remember those empty eyes watching me from the trees. I remember the creature's words, "You taste better afraid." And I wonder if it still hunts in that deep gorge, patient and ancient, waiting for the next group of hikers who wander too far from the beaten path. 'Cause that's the thing about places like Hell's Canyon. They earned their names for a reason, and some predators never truly die. They just wait for the right moment to return, when the fear has faded and the warnings have been forgotten. I still have Holly's journal, and sometimes I read her final entry. "Something's watching me from the trees." A simple observation that carries more weight than she could have known. Because in the wildest parts of this world, where the canyons are deep and the forests are old, there are things watching from the shadows. Things that have been watching us since before we knew how to be afraid. And they're still watching now,